I've spent the better part of 15 years working as a freelance surveyor. When you tell people that, they usually imagine a guy in a neon vest standing by the side of a highway with a tripod, slowing down their morning commute. But there's a different side to the job, the kind that takes you into the white spaces on the map. I'm the guy they hire when a mining company or a private estate needs to know exactly where their property line ends in places where the cell service died 3 towns back. I like the isolation. Usually it's the only time my head feels quiet, but what happened 3 years ago on the Kelsall Plateau changed the way I feel about quiet. Now when a room goes silent, I don't feel relaxed. I feel hunted. It was late October. I was 34 at the time, fit enough to haul 40 pounds of gear up a ridge, and arrogant enough to think that my GPS and a satellite phone made me invincible. The job was straightforward, a 6-day solo trek across a high-altitude plateau in the northern interior to mark boundary points for a proposed conservation easement. The plateau is a strange place, a massive, flat expanse of shale and scrub brush sitting at about 6,000 feet, surrounded by jagged peaks that look like broken teeth. There are no trees up there, just wind and rock. I made my first mistake before I even left the trailhead. I was behind schedule because of a busted radiator hose in my truck, and I decided to push through the first leg of the hike instead of camping at the base. I wanted to reach the plateau rim by sunset. I told myself I was being efficient, but looking back, I was being impatient. I was cutting corners. I didn't check the local weather wire for atmospheric anomalies. I just saw a clear sky and assumed it would stay that way. By the time I crested the final ridge and stepped onto the flat expanse of the Kelsall, the sun was a bleeding orange smear against the horizon. The first thing I noticed wasn't a sound, but a lack of one. Usually when you reach a high point, the wind is constant. It's a low, thrumming moan that vibrates in your ears. But as I stepped onto the shale of the plateau, the wind didn't just die down, it vanished. It was as if I had stepped through a heavy velvet curtain. I stopped walking, the crunch of my boots on the rock sounding unnaturally loud, like a gunshot in a library. I waited for the breeze to catch up, for the grass to rustle, for a bird to call. Nothing. The air felt heavy, dense, like it was made of something thicker than oxygen. I checked my watch. 5:42 p.m. I figured it was just a localized pressure drop. Nature has its moods, right? I set up my tent in the middle of that dead, breathless air, ignoring the way the hair on my arms was standing straight up. That was the spark, the first minor shift that told me the world wasn't working the way it was supposed to. By 8:00 p.m., I was inside my tent, finishing a meal of dehydrated beef stroganoff. The silence had moved from peaceful to oppressive. You don't realize how much noise your body makes until the world stops helping you out. My own breathing sounded like a bellows. The beating of my heart was a dull thud against the floor of the tent. I tried to rationalize it. I told myself the plateau's topography must create an acoustic shadow, a freak geographic fluke where sound waves were being absorbed by the porous shale. It made sense. It was logical. Then I heard it, a soft rhythmic thump drag, thump drag. It was coming from outside, maybe 20 feet from the tent. My heart skipped. In the backcountry, you expect bears or mountain lions. A bear makes noise, it crashes through brush, it huffs, it has a scent. This was different. The thump drag was heavy, but it didn't have the randomness of an animal. It sounded deliberate. I sat frozen, a plastic fork halfway to my mouth, listening. The sound moved in a perfect semicircle around my tent, then stopped. I grabbed my headlamp and flicked it on, the beam cutting through the thin nylon. "Hello," I called out. My voice felt flat, swallowed instantly by the dark. There was no echo, no response. I waited for a long minute, my hand gripping the handle of my bear spray. After a while, I convinced myself it was a rock slide, a few loose stones settling on the slope. The rhythm was just my brain trying to find patterns in the dark. I was tired, oxygen deprived, and lonely. I lay down and closed my eyes, forcing my muscles to relax. I was almost asleep when the second anomaly happened. This one was impossible to rationalize. My tent suddenly lurched, not from a gust of wind, remember the air was dead still, but as if something had hooked a finger into the top of the rainfly and gently pulled it upward. I watched paralyzed as the fabric of my tent stretched toward the sky higher and higher until the stakes began to groan in the dirt. It stayed like that for 10 seconds, a silent, invisible force lifting my shelter toward the stars. Then it let go. The fabric snapped back down with a sharp crack. I didn't sleep after that. I sat up, my back against my pack, staring at the door zipper. I realized then that the silence wasn't just a lack of noise. It was a vacuum. It was as if the sky above the plateau had turned into a giant, open mouth and it was starting to inhale. By 2:00 a.m., the logic I had used to protect myself was completely shattered. I was sitting in the dark, trying to conserve my headlamp batteries when I noticed the light. It wasn't a campfire or a flashlight. It was a faint, bluish luminescence bleeding through the walls of the tent. I crawled to the entrance and slowly pulled back the zipper just an inch. The plateau was glowing. The shale rocks, thousands of them spreading out into the darkness, were emitting a soft, pulsing light. And in the middle of this glowing field, about 50 yards away, stood my survey tripod. I had left it folded and strapped to my secondary pack outside. Now it was standing upright, perfectly leveled, and on top of it, where the expensive laser level should have been, sat a pile of smooth, white stones, stacked in a delicate, impossible spire. I didn't move, I couldn't, because as I watched that tripod, I realized the thump-drag sound was back. But it wasn't coming from the ground, it was coming from directly above me. I looked up, and for the first time in my life, I felt a fear that was purely primal. The stars were gone, not covered by clouds, just gone. A massive, circular void of pure blackness was hovering a few hundred feet above the plateau, blocking out the galaxy. It was darker than the night, a hole in the universe. And from that void, a single, thin cord of white material was dangling down, swaying in the non-existent wind, brushing against the top of my tent. The realization hit me like a physical blow. I wasn't in a remote part of the woods anymore. I was inside something's territory. And that something had been playing with me, testing my reactions, watching me try to rationalize its existence. I wasn't the surveyor tonight. I was the specimen. I didn't deliberate. There was no internal debate. My brain flipped a switch from think to survive. I didn't pack the tent. I didn't grab my expensive sensors. I grabbed my boots, my car keys, and the bear spray, and I bolted. I ran. I didn't head for the trail. I headed for the nearest ledge, hoping to get off the flat surface of the plateau. The silence followed me. My footsteps made no sound. I could see my feet hitting the glowing shale, but I heard nothing. It was like running through a vacuum. I looked back once. The black void in the sky was moving. It wasn't fast, but it was steady, drifting over the landscape like a predatory cloud. I reached the rim and literally threw myself down the scree slope. I tumbled, skinning my palms and shredding my pants, but I didn't care. The moment I dropped 20 feet below the rim of the plateau, the world exploded with sound. The wind rushed into my ears with a deafening roar. The crickets, the rustle of trees, the distant sound of a river, it all came back at once, so loud it made my ears bleed. I sobbed with relief. I scrambled down that mountain in total darkness, guided only by the frantic beam of my headlamp, until I reached my truck 4 hours later. I drove until I hit a diner in a town 60 miles away. I sat there, shaking, covered in dust and dried blood, drinking coffee that I couldn't taste. When the sun came up, I went to the local ranger station. I told the guy behind the desk that I'd been harassed by some hikers or maybe a cult. I didn't tell him about the glowing rocks or the hole in the sky. I wasn't crazy. The ranger didn't look up from his clipboard. He just asked, "You were up on the Kelsall, weren't you?" "Yeah," I said. "How did you know?" "People don't usually finish their contracts up there," he muttered, finally looking at me. His eyes were tired, devoid of any surprise. "We tell the companies not to send solo guys. The air gets thin. People imagine things." "I didn't imagine the tripod," I snapped. He shrugged. "We find stuff up there sometimes. Stacks of rocks. Equipment moved around. It's the wind or bored kids. Just stay off the plateau, pal. It's a dead zone. Always has been." I left my gear up there. The company sued me for the lost equipment, and I let them. I never went back to get it. A few months later, I was browsing a forum for long-distance hikers, and I found a thread about the Kelsall Plateau. One user had posted a photo they'd taken from a drone 3 miles away. In the center of the plateau, clearly visible from the air, the shale had been arranged into a massive, perfect geometric pattern, a series of concentric circles that hadn't been there when I arrived. But that wasn't what kept me from sleeping. I zoomed in on the center of the image. There, in the middle of the circles, was my orange tent. It was still standing, but it wasn't on the ground. It was suspended 10 feet in the air, held up by nothing at all, perfectly preserved in the center of the silence. If you ever find yourself in the high country and the wind stops, really stops, don't wait for it to pick back up. Don't try to explain it away. Just turn around and run. Because the sky isn't empty, and sometimes it decides to stop breathing and start looking. I didn't stay in that town for more than an hour after talking to the ranger. I drove until the sun was high and the landscape had transitioned from the jagged, haunted peaks of the north into the rolling, golden grasslands of the interior. I felt like a deep-sea diver surfacing too quickly. The bends of my psyche were screaming. Every time I passed a stand of trees that stood too still, or noticed a patch of shadow that seemed a shade too dark, my foot would heavy on the gas pedal. I didn't stop until I was back in my apartment in the city, a place I usually hated for its noise, but which now felt like a sanctuary. I turned on every light. I turned on the television to a 24-hour news cycle just to hear the mundane, repetitive drone of human voices. For 3 months, I didn't take a single contract. I told my clients I'd picked up a nasty parasite in the bush and needed time to recover. It wasn't entirely a lie. Something had burrowed into me on that plateau, a parasitic dread that fed on the quiet. I became a connoisseur of white noise. I bought 3 fans for my bedroom and a high-end sound machine that mimicked the roar of a stormy ocean. If the silence ever crept in, if the power flickered or a fan motor died, I would wake up screaming before I was even fully conscious. I thought I could bury it. I thought the Kelsall Plateau was a singular geographic scar, a place where the laws of physics had simply frayed at the edges. But the world has a way of reminding you that you don't get to choose when a story is over. It started with the mail. About 4 months after I fled the plateau, I received a package. There was no return address, just a smudge of dirt on the corner of a plain manila envelope. Inside was a single Polaroid photograph. It was blurry, taken at night with a high-intensity flash that had washed out the foreground. It showed a tripod, my tripod, standing in the middle of a dark, featureless expanse, but it wasn't on the Kelsall. I knew that because in the background, barely visible in the periphery of the flash, was the distinctive silhouette of a suburban water tower. I recognized that water tower. It was 3 blocks from my apartment. I didn't go to the police. What would I say? Someone moved my stolen surveying equipment to a vacant lot near my house and took a picture of it. They'd think it was a prank or a disgruntled rival surveyor. But I knew better. I knew the thump drag didn't belong to a human. I knew that white cord dangling from the void wasn't made of nylon or hemp. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I sat by my window, staring out at the streetlights, clutching a kitchen knife like it would do any good against something that could lift a tent into the stratosphere. At 3:14 a.m., the streetlights went out. All of them simultaneously for as far as I could see down the boulevard. Then the sound returned. It wasn't the wind, it was the absence of it. The hum of the city, the distant sirens, the rattle of the heating vents, the white noise of the refrigerator, it all vanished. My apartment became a sensory deprivation chamber. I stood up, my joints popping like firecrackers in the absolute stillness. I walked to the window and looked up. The stars were gone again. A circular patch of the night sky, perfectly round and utterly black, was hovering directly over my building. It was lower this time. I could feel a strange, static charge in the air that made the hair on my arms migrate toward the ceiling. Then came the vibration. It wasn't a sound, but a frequency that resonated in my teeth. It felt like the entire building was being hummed into a different state of matter. I looked down at the street and saw them, the white stones. Thousands of them, smooth and marble-like, were appearing on the asphalt. They weren't falling from the sky. They were simply there, manifesting in the silence, arranging themselves into those same concentric circles I'd seen in the drone photo. I realized then that the Kelsall Plateau wasn't a location. It was a condition. It was a localized event that could be recreated, a hunting ground that could be deployed anywhere the silence was deep enough. And I was the anchor. By surviving it, by carrying the memory of that vacuum in my head, I had become a beacon for whatever lived inside that void. A soft tap came from the window pane. I turned slowly. Outside, 3 stories up, a thin, translucent white cord was tapping against the glass. It moved with a terrifying, rhythmic deliberation. Tap, 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 tap. It wasn't a mindless object caught in a breeze. It was a finger testing the strength of a cage. I backed away, tripping over my coffee table, and scrambled into the hallway. I didn't take anything this time. I ran out of my apartment in my socks, barreling down the stairs because I didn't trust the elevator. I didn't want to be trapped in a metal box if the inhale started. I burst out the front door and into the street, and for a second I thought I was back on the plateau. The air was thick like invisible syrup. I could see the geometric patterns of stones stretching out across the intersection. In the center of the crosshairs sat my survey tripod. It was glowing with that same sickly, bluish luminescence, and on top of it the stones were stacking themselves. I watched paralyzed as a stone lifted off the ground, hovered for a moment, and then clicked into place on the spire with a soundless impact. I didn't run toward my car. I knew the void was watching the roads. Instead, I ran toward the one place I knew would be loud. The industrial district by the river where the grain silos and the 24-hour rail yard were located. I ran until my lungs burned, my socks tearing on the pavement, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm that felt like the only thing keeping the silence from swallowing me whole. As I neared the rail yard, the noise began to bleed back in. The screech of metal on metal, the heavy thrum of idling diesel engines, the shouting of workers. It was the most beautiful music I'd ever heard. The moment I crossed the perimeter fence, the oppressive weight lifted. I looked back over my shoulder. The black circle in the sky was gone. The street lights 3 blocks away flickered back to life. I spent the rest of the night sitting on a pile of rusted rebar, watching the sun come up over the river. I realized I couldn't live like this. I couldn't keep running every time the world got quiet. but I also realized that the ranger back at the Kelsall had lied to me. He hadn't been bored or dismissive, he'd been terrified. He knew exactly what the dead zone was. It wasn't a place where people imagined things. It was a place where something from the outside was trying to get in. I spent the next 2 days in a cheap motel near the airport where the roar of jet engines was constant. I used the motel's business center to do the kind of research I should have done years ago. I stopped looking at geological surveys and started looking at silent disappearances. I found hundreds of them. Hikers, surveyors, foresters, people who worked in the white spaces. They didn't just go missing, their equipment was often found perfectly arranged, or their tents were discovered miles from where they'd been pitched, suspended in the canopies of trees or perched on inaccessible cliffs. But there was one account that stood out. It was a journal entry from a fire lookout in the 1950s, a man named Elias Thorne. He'd spent a summer on a peak not far from the Kelsall. He wrote about the Great Inhale. He described the sky turning into a mouth and the way the world became a silent theater where the actors were made of stone and light. "It does not want our flesh," Thorne had written in his final entry. "It wants our order, it sees our maps, our tools, our little rows of tents, and it mimics them. It is a child playing with dolls, but it does not understand that the dolls need air to breathe. It thinks the silence is a gift. It thinks it is making us perfect by making us still." Thorne was never found. His lookout tower was discovered empty, the windows shattered outward as if by a massive internal pressure. His binoculars were found 3 miles away, stacked on a pile of white stones. Reading those words, a cold clarity settled over me. The entity, whatever was behind the void, wasn't a predator in the traditional sense. It was a collector, a cosmic surveyor. It had seen me marking the boundaries of the Kelsall, and it had decided to mark me in return. It wasn't hunting me to eat me. It was hunting me to level me, to put me on a shelf in that black void where time and sound didn't exist. I knew I couldn't stay in the city. If I stayed, it would eventually find a way to silence the streets. It would wait for a blackout or a heavy snowfall or that dead hour of the morning when even the sirens fade away. I needed to go back. It sounds insane, I know, but if you have a leak in a dam, you don't run away from the water, you go to the source. I needed to find out why it had chosen the Kelsall, and I needed to find a way to break the anchor I'd become. I spent my remaining savings on gear, not surveying gear this time. I bought a high-decibel industrial siren, a portable generator, and enough flares to light up a stadium. I bought a shortwave radio and a collection of heavy metal CDs, the loudest, most chaotic noise I could find. If the entity wanted silence, I was going to give it a war. I drove back north. The air got colder, the trees thinner. As I approached the trailhead for the Kelsall, I felt a physical resistance, a pressure against my chest that told me I was heading in the right direction. The sky was a bruised purple, the sun dipping behind the jagged teeth of the mountains. I didn't stop at the ranger station. I didn't want to see that man's tired, knowing eyes. I parked my truck at the base of the ridge, loaded the generator onto a heavy-duty sled, and began the climb. It took me 6 hours. My muscles screamed and my breath came in ragged gasps, but I didn't stop. I reached the rim of the plateau at midnight. The silence was already waiting for me. The moment I stepped onto the shale, the wind vanished. The stars began to wink out one by one as the black void drifted into position. I could feel the inhale starting, that subtle pull on my clothes, the way the dust on the ground began to drift upward in slow, gravity-defying spirals. I didn't hesitate. I yanked the cord on the generator. The engine roared to life, a beautiful, violent mechanical scream that shattered the stillness. I flicked the switch on the industrial siren. A wail erupted that was so loud it was physical. I could feel the sound waves hitting my skin like blows. I slammed a CD into the player and cranked the speakers to the limit. The effect was instantaneous. The black void in the sky shuddered. It didn't vanish, but it rippled like a reflection in a pond that someone had thrown a stone into. The thump drag sound started, but it was frantic now, disorganized. The white cord dropped from the sky, lashing out like a whipped snake, but it couldn't seem to find a purchase in the vibrating air. I stood in the center of my wall of noise, screaming at the top of my lungs, laughing through the terror. "Is it too loud for you?" I yelled, though I couldn't even hear my own voice over the siren. "Do you like the order now?" The glowing rocks on the plateau began to flicker. The concentric circles that had been so perfectly arranged started to scatter, the stones vibrating and rolling away as if repelled by the sound. The vacuum was breaking. But then the entity changed tactics. The pressure didn't come from the sky this time. It came from the ground. The shale beneath my feet began to liquefy, turning into a gray, shimmering slurry that sucked at my boots. The generator tilted, the engine sputtering as it sank into the stone. The siren's wail dipped in pitch, becoming a low, distorted groan. I realized then that the plateau wasn't just a hunting ground. The plateau was the entity, or at least a part of it. The white spaces on the map weren't empty because no one had been there. They were empty because they were the parts of the earth that had been replaced by something else. I lunged for the generator, trying to keep it level, but the ground was like quicksand. The noise was dying. The silence was flooding back in, pouring into the cracks of the sound like water into a sinking ship. I looked up. The void was inches away now. It wasn't just a hole in the sky. I could see the texture of it. It looked like oily silk, swirling with colors that shouldn't exist. And in the center of that blackness, I saw something that broke my mind. I saw the other specimens. Dozens of them, tents, tripods, trucks, and figures, human figures, all suspended in that lightless amber. They weren't dead. I could see their eyes moving. They were perfectly preserved, perfectly still, arranged in a massive, silent gallery of the lost. And there, in the very center, was an empty space. A space shaped exactly like me. The generator died with a final, pathetic wheeze. The siren cut to a hiss. The silence was absolute. I felt the white cord wrap around my waist. It was cold, colder than the shale, colder than the mountain air. It didn't pull me up. It lifted me gently, almost tenderly, as if I were a fragile artifact being placed on a pedestal. My feet left the ground. I tried to scream, but the air was gone. My lungs were empty. But as I rose toward that black silk mouth, I saw something the entity hadn't accounted for. In my frantic climb, I dropped my bag of flares. They were scattered across the shale, their magnesium cores waiting. And as the ground shifted and the stones rolled, two of those flares, the friction ignite kind, had been crushed together by the weight of the sinking generator. A spark, a hiss. And then the Kelsall Plateau was washed in a blinding chemical red. The flare didn't just make light, it made heat. It made smoke. It made a sharp, hissing roar that the vacuum couldn't swallow. The cord around my waist recoiled, the translucent material searing under the magnesium burn. I fell, hitting the shale with a bone-jarring thud. The void let out a sound. It wasn't a scream. It was a pop, the sound of a light bulb breaking in a dark room. The sky didn't return to normal. It tore. The blackness shredded into 1,000 pieces, drifting away like burnt paper. The wind returned with the force of a hurricane, rushing in to fill the vacuum so fast it knocked me unconscious. When I woke up, it was morning. The plateau was just a plateau. The shale was gray and dull. The generator was half buried in the rock, ruined. My gear was scattered, but the order was gone. No circles, no spires, just the mess of a human struggle. I hiked down the mountain in a daze. I didn't go to the ranger station. I didn't go back to the city. I drove until I reached the coast, until I could hear the constant, chaotic, unpredictable roar of the Pacific Ocean. That was 3 years ago. I don't do surveying anymore. I work in a shipyard now where the grinders and the welders and the gulls never stop. I like the noise. I need it. But sometimes on a very clear night, I look up at the stars, and I notice that some of them are missing. Not many, just a few here and there, forming a perfect, empty circle in the dark. And I know that somewhere out there, the sky is still holding its breath, waiting for the world to go quiet again. I keep a flare gun in my pocket. I keep a radio playing in my ear. And I never, ever look at the white spaces on the map. Because now I know why they're white. They aren't unmapped. They're just occupied. The sky is a mouth, and it is always, always hungry for the silence. The shipyard in Coos Bay is a cathedral of cacophony. It is a place where the air is never still, perpetually bruised by the scream of hydraulic presses and the rhythmic, bone-shaking thud of piled drivers. I work the graveyard shift because the night is when the world tries to settle, and I cannot allow my world to settle. I am the man who volunteers for the double shifts, the one who stands closest to the sandblasting nozzles, the one who hums to himself when the machines cycle down for a momentary breath. My coworkers think I'm a high-functioning eccentric, or perhaps just a man who worked too many years in the sun. They don't know that I carry a decibel meter in my pocket like a holy relic. If the ambient noise drops below 85 decibels, my pulse begins to sync with the silence, and I feel the phantom tug of a white cord around my ribs. For 3 years, the noise was my fortress. I lived in a studio apartment directly beneath the flight path of the regional airport, the walls vibrating every 20 minutes as the turboprops shrieked overhead. I kept the television on a static channel at maximum volume. I slept with earplugs that didn't block sound, but rather piped in the recorded chaos of a busy Tokyo intersection. I was safe, I was loud, I was messy. Then came the fog. It rolled in off the Pacific on a Tuesday, a thick, cloying soup that smelled of salt and something metallic like a penny under a tongue. Fog is a natural silencer. It swallows the sharp edges of sound, rounding them off until the world feels padded, upholstered in gray. That night at the shipyard, the usual roar felt distant, muffled by the heavy mist. The clanging of the steel plates sounded like they were happening underwater. I was grinding the hull of a rusted trawler, the sparks showering my visor in a frantic orange spray when the grinder simply ceased. The trigger was depressed, the motor was warm against my palms, but the sound was gone. I didn't mean the machine broke. I mean the scream of the metal against stone was deleted from the air. I pulled the trigger again, nothing. I dropped the tool and it hit the concrete wharf without a sound. It didn't clatter. It didn't bounce with a metallic ring. It landed like a feather in a vacuum. I looked up, my breath hitching in my throat. The fog wasn't gray anymore. It was turning that sickly, translucent white, the color of the cord. The shipyard lights, usually harsh and amber, were being pinched out one by one, not by the fog, but by something moving through it, a circular absence of light that drifted between the cranes. The anchor hadn't been broken. I'd only been on a leash, and the entity had finally decided to reel me back in. I scrambled off the scaffolding, my boots hitting the ground in a silence so profound it made my inner ear ache. I ran toward the foreman's shack, hoping to find the emergency siren, but as I moved, the world began to reorganize. The piles of scrap metal, jagged, rusted, chaotic heaps of iron were shifting. I watched as a 3-ton section of a ship's keel lifted silently into the air, rotating with a slow, mathematical grace, and settled atop a stack of shipping containers. It was happening again, the ordering. The entity was tidying up the shipyard, turning the industrial mess into a geometric graveyard. I reached the shack and slammed my fist against the glass. No sound. I screamed for help, my throat straining, my vocal cords vibrating, but no air carried the vibration. I was shouting into a dead medium. Inside the shack, the foreman was sitting at his desk, his back to me. He wasn't moving. He was perfectly still, his coffee cup suspended 2 inches above the table, held there by a thin white filament that descended from the ceiling tiles. I didn't stay to see his face. I knew what his eyes would look like, wide, moving frantically in a body that had been turned into a statue. I ran for my truck, but as I reached the parking lot, I saw the stones. They weren't the smooth white marbles of the Kelsall Plateau anymore. These were pieces of the shipyard, bolts, rivets, shards of glass, all polished into perfect spheres, arranged in those haunting concentric circles around my Ford F-150. In the center of the roof of my truck, a tripod of rebar had been welded together by the silence, topped with a single, glowing orb of magnesium. The entity had evolved. It was using my own history against me, mimicking the very tools I'd used to fight it. I reached into my pocket for the flare gun, but my hand met a cold, slick resistance. The white cord wasn't just in the sky anymore. It was everywhere, weaving through the air like a spider's web made of frozen light. One was wrapped around my wrist, pulling gently toward the center of the circles. I didn't fight the pull this time. I knew that if I resisted, it would simply wait. It had all the time in the universe. Instead, I let it lead me. I walked toward the center of the shipyard, toward the giant gantry crane that loomed over the dry dock. As I walked, the fog began to part, revealing the sky. The stars were gone, replaced by that massive, pulsing void, but it wasn't just one circle anymore. The sky was a fractured mosaic of black holes, a honeycomb of vacuums that seemed to be stitching themselves together. I climbed the ladder of the gantry crane, my movements fluid and effortless, as if gravity had become a suggestion rather than a law. At the top, 300 feet above the muffled roar of the ocean, I stood on the narrow catwalk and looked out. The entire town of Coos Bay was being leveled. I could see the lights of the houses flickering out in a radial pattern. I could see the cars on the coastal highway slowing to a stop, their engines silenced, their shapes being rearranged into neat, orderly rows. The entity wasn't just hunting me. It was harvesting the entire coastline. It had found a way to use the fog as a conductor, a way to spread the silence like a virus. It thinks the silence is a gift, Thorne's words echoed in the hollow space of my skull. It thinks it is making us perfect. I looked up at the void. I could see the gallery now clearer than before. It wasn't just tents and tripods. There were Victorian houses perfectly preserved. There were sections of forests, every leaf and twig in its place. And there were thousands of people, all of them standing in that terrifying, eternal stillness, their eyes the only things that betrayed the life trapped inside. I saw Elia's thorn. He was there, suspended in a pocket of black silk, his hand still clutching a spectral pen, his face a mask of frozen realization. He looked at me. In that place where sound died, we shared a moment of absolute telepathic clarity. He wasn't suffering, that was the most horrible part. The entity provided a peace so total, a resolution of all conflict and noise that a part of my own mind longed to join him, to stop running, to stop screaming, to simply be a piece of the architecture of the stars. The white cord tightened around my neck. It wasn't choking me, it was connecting me. I felt the entity's thoughts, not words, but a series of complex, multidimensional equations. It was measuring the curvature of my soul, calculating the exact coordinates where I would fit into its grand design. I was the final piece of this particular sector. Once I was placed, the silence would become permanent. But the entity had made one mistake. It had studied my order, my maps, my tools, my noise, but it hadn't studied my chaos. In my left hand, tucked deep into my heavy work glove, I still held the small, handheld radio I used to listen to the shipyard's logistics channel. It was a cheap, analog device prone to interference. And as I rose toward the void, I didn't reach for a flare. I didn't reach for a siren. I reached for the tuning knob. I didn't look for a station. I looked for the white space between the stations, the place where the cosmic background radiation, the ghosts of dead stars, and the electronic interference of a billion human devices collided. I found the static. I pressed the radio against the white cord. At first, nothing happened. The silence was too thick, but then I felt a vibration. Not a sound, but a disharmony. The radio was a pocket of pure, unpatterned randomness. It was the one thing the entity couldn't calculate because it wasn't a thing, it was the sound of the universe falling apart. I turned the volume to the limit. The static hissed, a tiny, tinny sound that felt like a needle pricking a balloon. The cord shivered. The equations in my head began to stutter. The math didn't add up anymore. The randomness of the static was like a virus in the entity's code. I began to twist the knob frantically, sliding between bursts of static, snippets of Spanish-language talk radio, and the distorted wail of a distant country song. The void above me rippled. The specimens in the gallery began to drift, their perfect arrangement disrupted by the erratic pulses of the radio waves. I saw Thorn's pocket of blackness flicker. The entity tried to compensate. The ground beneath the crane began to heave, the steel girders groaning as they were forced into new, impossible shapes to counteract the noise. But the more it tried to fix the sound, the more chaos it created. I wasn't just a beacon anymore. I was a jammer. "You want order?" I whispered, the words finally finding air as the vacuum began to fray. "Try to map this." I smashed the radio against the gantry's control box. The spark wasn't magnesium red this time. It was a blue-white arc of industrial electricity. The short circuit traveled up the crane, through the white cords, and directly into the heart of the void. The inhale reversed. It wasn't a pop this time. It was an explosion of sound. 3 years of stolen noises, the roar of the Kelsall wind, the scream of the shipyard grinders, the whispers of 1,000 missing people, all came rushing back at once. The pressure was cataclysmic. The fog was blown out to sea in a single, violent gust. The shipping containers were tossed like matchsticks. I was thrown from the catwalk. I remember falling. I remember the sensation of the air returning to my lungs, cold and sharp, and I remember the sound of the sky screaming. It was a high, crystalline frequency that shattered every window in Coos Bay. It was the sound of a god realizing it could bleed. I hit the water of the dry dock. The impact should have killed me, but the water was no longer ordered. It was turbulent, chaotic, and soft. I sank into the dark, and for the first time in years, the silence I felt was just quiet, not a vacuum, not a hunter, just the absence of noise. When the Coast Guard pulled me out an hour later, the sky was full of stars, real stars, messy, flickering, unarranged stars. The shipyard was a wreck. The leveled houses were back to their normal, cluttered states, though the structural damage was immense. The people, the ones I'd seen in the gallery, didn't come back. The entity had retreated, but it hadn't returned its collection. It had simply closed the door. I lost the hearing in my left ear. The doctors call it acoustic trauma. I call it a permanent reminder. I don't live on the coast anymore. I moved to the heart of the Midwest, to a town built next to a massive rail switching yard and a 24-hour thunder testing facility for jet engines. I live in a house with bad plumbing that knocks in the night, with a neighbor who owns 3 barking dogs, and a roof that leaks with a rhythmic, unpredictable thwack. I've started a new map. It's not a map of the white spaces, it's a map of the noise. I track the places where the world is too loud, too dirty, too human for the entity to ever touch. I track the festivals, the construction sites, the war zones. I've become a consultant of sorts, though the people who hire me don't really understand what I'm protecting them from. They think I'm an expert in acoustic environment management. They don't know I'm a sentry. Last night I received a letter, no return address. Inside was a piece of shale from the Kelsall Plateau. It was smooth, perfectly round, and it hummed with a frequency that I could only hear in my deaf ear. I didn't throw it away. I took it to the local foundry and watched as they dropped it into a vat of molten iron. I stayed until the metal was poured into a mold for a new bridge girder, a piece of the world that would be subjected to the constant, grinding vibration of traffic for the next 100 years. I looked up at the sky. The circle was gone, but as I watched, a single star, a bright, steady light in the northern quadrant, suddenly flickered and went out. It's still out there, it's learning, it's realizing that it doesn't need to silence the world all at once. It just needs to wait for the gaps. It's waiting for the moment you stop talking. It's waiting for the second you hold your breath. It's waiting for the silence that comes at the end of a story. But I'm still breathing, I'm still humming, and as long as I can make a sound, I am a glitch in its perfect, silent universe. I turned on my radio, found a station playing static, and turned it up until the walls began to shake. I sat in my chair, closed my eyes, and listened to the beautiful, chaotic, saving grace of the noise. The sky stayed dark, the world stayed loud, and for tonight that was enough. The hum of the refrigerator in my kitchen is a comfort, but it isn't enough. I have replaced the standard compressor with a dual-cycle industrial unit that rattles the floorboards every 14 minutes. It is a jagged mechanical cough that ensures the air in my small Nebraska house never achieves the smooth, velvet consistency of a vacuum. I live in the center of the continent now, as far from the damp, silencing blankets of coastal fog as possible. Here, the wind across the plains is a constant, whistling abrasive, scouring the eaves of the house, ensuring that the silence of the white spaces remains a distant, bitter memory. But the memory is not a ghost. It is a predator that has learned my scent. 6 months after the incident at the Coos Bay shipyard, I started seeing the adjustments again. They didn't start with the sky. They started with my mail. I would receive a utility bill and the numbers would be perfectly aligned. The font changed to a sterile mathematical script that no human printer could produce. I would find my silverware drawer rearranged, not just straightened, but sorted by the atomic weight of the alloys, the forks and spoons vibrating with a microscopic subharmonic frequency. The entity was no longer trying to reel me in with a physical cord. It was trying to colonize my life through the architecture of my own environment. It was cleaning my world, one small detail at a time, preparing the space for my eventual integration into its gallery. I spent 3 days in a fever of counter chaos. I bought a bag of mismatched marbles and scattered them across the hardwood floors. I took a hammer to the drywall, creating jagged, ugly holes that defied any geometric logic. I painted the ceiling in a clashing Jackson Pollock spray of neon oranges and muddy browns. I needed the visual noise to match the acoustic roar. I needed to be unmappable. Then the phone rang. I don't have a landline. I haven't had one in years. The sound came from the wall, a phantom vibration of copper and electricity that shouldn't have existed. I tore away the wallpaper, my fingernails bleeding, until I found the old, disconnected jack from a previous tenant. It was glowing with a faint, translucent white light. I didn't pick it up. I knew who was calling, or rather, what was calling. It wasn't a person, it was a frequency. It was the sound of a star being folded into a pocket of nothingness. I took the sledgehammer to the wall, pulverizing the jack, the wires, and the studs behind them. But as the dust settled, the silence rushed in to fill the hole. For a split second, the roar of my refrigerator cut out. The wind outside stopped whistling. The barking dogs in the yard next door were suddenly, terrifyingly still. I froze, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. In that pocket of stillness, I heard it. A voice. It wasn't Thorne's voice, and it wasn't the mathematical pulse of the entity. It was my own voice, distorted and echoed, as if it were being played back from a distance of 1 billion light years. In the sky is a mouth. My own words from the night on the plateau. The entity hadn't just taken Thorne, it had taken the vibrations of my own history. It was using my past as a lure, a way to synchronize our frequencies. I grabbed my go bag, a heavy canvas rucksack filled with flares, hand-cranked sirens, and a portable jamming device I'd built from scavenged microwave parts, and bolted for the door. I didn't take the truck. The truck was too orderly, too predictable. I took the old, rusted motorcycle I'd bought from a local scrap dealer, a machine that leaked oil and backfired with the frequency of a machine gun. I rode west toward the sandhills. I needed a place where the earth itself was chaotic, where the shifting dunes refused to hold a shape. As I rode, the sky began to change. The stars didn't vanish this time. They began to drift. I watched through my goggles as the Big Dipper unspooled, its stars sliding across the black canvas like drops of oil on water, forming a series of concentric rings that pulsed in time with the throb of my engine. The ordering was accelerating. It was no longer content with the white spaces on the map. It was rewriting the map itself. I reached a high ridge overlooking a vast, undulating sea of grass. The wind was howling, a fierce, chaotic gale that should have been enough to protect me. But as I killed the engine, the wind didn't just die down. It was combed. I watched as the tall grass, which had been whipping frantically in the breeze, suddenly laid flat in perfect, alternating rows like a giant, green corduroy fabric stretched across the hills. The silence hit me like a physical blow. It was so heavy it felt like water pressing against my eardrums, trying to force its way into my brain. I fumbled for the jamming device, my fingers numb. I clicked the switch, but the speaker only emitted a faint, pathetic click before the internal components fused into a solid, silent lump of plastic. The entity had anticipated the static. It had adjusted the local physics to ensure that randomness could no longer propagate. I fell to my knees, the white cord now thick as a ship's hawser, descending from the center of the celestial rings. It didn't aim for my neck this time. It aimed for my shadow. I watched in horror as my shadow, cast by the eerie, mathematical glow of the rearranged stars, began to detach itself from the ground. It didn't move like a shadow. It moved like a blueprint. It stood up, a two-dimensional silhouette of myself, and began to walk toward the center of the grass rows. The entity wasn't just taking my body, it was taking my form. It was extracting the idea of me, leaving the flesh behind as a discarded husk. No, I gasped, the word barely a puff of air in the vacuum. Not like this. I reached into my bag, not for a tool, but for the one thing I had kept as a last resort. It was a small, lead-lined box containing a piece of high-grade, unstable radioactive isotope I'd borrowed from the shipyard's X-ray technician. It was the ultimate source of entropy, a substance that decayed at a rate that was truly, fundamentally random, a process that even the entity's equations couldn't predict because it was governed by the laws of quantum uncertainty. I opened the box. The effect was instantaneous. The order of the grass shattered. The rows of green stalks began to thrash in 100 different directions at once. The white cord above me whipped violently as if it had been struck by lightning. My shadow collapsed back onto the ground, a messy, blurred shape that no longer looked like a man. The entity screamed. It wasn't a sound, but a visual distortion, a ripple in the fabric of the night that turned the stars into jagged shards of glass. The rings broke, the vacuum tore. I didn't wait to see the recovery. I scrambled back to the motorcycle, kicked the starter until my leg ached, and roared away into the night, the isotope box open and bleeding chaos into the air behind me. I drove until the sun came up, until the sky returned to its normal, messy blue, and the birds began their uncoordinated, beautiful chirping. I'm writing this from a diner in a town whose name I don't know. The jukebox is playing a skip-heavy record, the fry cook is clattering plates, and the ceiling fan is wobbling with a delightful, off-balance thrum. I am surrounded by the noise of the living, and for now, the white spaces are far away. But I know the cost. I can feel the isotope in my bag, its invisible decay eating away at the cells of my body even as it protects me from the silence. I am dying of chaos to avoid being preserved in order. I look at my hands, they are shaking, not from fear but from the radiation. I am becoming a white space myself. A blur of failing biology that the entity can no longer map. I find that I am at peace with it. I would rather rot in the noise than be eternal in the quiet. I look out the window at the passing cars. I see a man walking a dog, a woman reading a newspaper, a child dropping an ice cream cone. They don't know how lucky they are to live in a world that is falling apart. They don't know that every broken window, every stuttering engine, and every discordant note of a song is a fortress. The sky is still hungry. I can see it in the way the clouds sometimes form a little too perfectly, or the way the rain sometimes falls in a pattern that feels like a code. But as long as there is one person left to make a mess, to scream out of tune, to love the beautiful disaster of being human, the mouth will go unfed. I finish my coffee. I leave a tip of mismatched coins on the table. I walk out into the sunlight, humming a song that doesn't exist, and I head toward the next loud, dirty, wonderful place on the map. The silence is waiting, but today I am much too loud to be caught. The Nebraska plains were never meant to be still. They were a sea of grass designed for the friction of wind, a geography of constant low-grade chaos. But as I rode the rattling motorcycle away from the sandhills, the rearview mirror showed a horizon that was becoming too straight. The rolling hills were being smoothed out by an invisible iron, the chaotic dips and crests of the dunes resolving into a series of perfect parabolic curves. The entity wasn't just chasing me anymore. It was paving the world behind me, turning the messy reality of Earth into a sterile, frictionless runway. My skin burned with a dry, metallic heat. The lead-lined box in my rucksack was open, and the isotope was doing its work. It was a slow-motion explosion of quantum randomness, a microscopic fire that defied the entity's ability to predict the next second. To the entity, I must have looked like a smear of static on a high-definition screen, a corruption of the data it so desperately sought to archive. I reached a small town called O'Neill just as the sun began to bake the asphalt. I didn't stop at a motel. I didn't look for a hospital, though my hair was beginning to come out in clumps when I ran my hand through it. I looked for the loudest, most structurally unsound building I could find. I found it in an old grain elevator on the edge of the rail tracks. It was a towering cathedral of corrugated tin and rotting timber, vibrating with the industrial hum of 1,000 mechanical failures. I climbed the rusted external ladder, my breath coming in ragged, whistling gasps. My lungs felt like they were filled with wet sand. Every step I took was an affront to the silence that was creeping up the highway behind me. I reached the top gallery, a cramped space filled with the smell of fermented dust and ancient grease. Below me, the town was waking up, but it was a muted awakening. The birds weren't singing, they were huddling under the eaves of houses, their instincts screaming that the air had turned thin. I sat on a wooden crate and pulled a small, battery-operated tape recorder from my bag. It was an old Marantz, the kind reporters used in the 70s. I had a shoebox full of tapes, recordings I'd made over the last 3 years. I didn't play music. I played the sound of a crowded subway station in Chicago. I played the sound of a thunderstorm in the Everglades. I played the sound of a kindergarten playground at recess. I turned the volume up until the small speaker began to crackle and distort. "You're not getting a museum," I whispered to the empty air. "You're getting a riot." The sky began to pale, but not with the light of the sun. A white, translucent film started to stretch across the blue, a cataract forming over the eye of the world. The rings I'd seen in the sandhills were reappearing, but they were larger now, encompassing the entire northern hemisphere. The white cords didn't descend like needles this time. They fell like rain, thousands of thin, shimmering filaments dropping toward the houses of O'Neill. I watched a stray dog in the alleyway below. As a filament touched its back, the dog didn't yelp. It simply froze, its fur, matted and dirty, suddenly smoothed out into a velvet sheen. Its breathing stopped, not because it had died, but because the function of breathing had been archived. It became a statue of a dog, a perfect representation of Canis familiaris preserved in a moment of absolute stillness. The filaments were everywhere now, stitching the town into the gallery. A woman hanging laundry on a line was caught mid-reach, her colorful shirts frozen in the windless air like sheets of colored glass. The sound of a distant tractor engine cut out abruptly, leaving only the tinny, distorted screams of the children on my tape recorder to challenge the void. I stood up, clutching the isotope box to my chest. The heat from it was blistering my palms, but I couldn't feel the pain. My nerves were being overwritten by the radiation, a chaotic static that mimicked the very essence of the noise I worshipped. "Look at me," I screamed, my voice cracking. I threw the isotope box down the grain chute. It clattered against the metal sides, a rhythmic, unpredictable banging that echoed through the hollow guts of the elevator. As it hit the bottom, the radiation began to interact with the dust, highly combustible grain dust that had been settling for decades. I didn't use a match. I didn't need one. The entity's attempt to order the atoms in the elevator had created a massive static charge, a buildup of potential energy that had nowhere to go. By introducing the decaying isotope, I had created a literal lightning rod for entropy. The explosion wasn't a roar, it was a shattering. The grain elevator didn't just blow up, it disintegrated into a billion uncalculated fragments. The force of the blast sent a shockwave of pure, unpatterned debris into the air, shredding the white filaments that were trying to sew the town shut. The ordered sky rippled and tore, the white film shredded by the sudden intrusion of fire and splintered wood. I was thrown upward not by the entity's cord, but by the raw, kinetic violence of the blast. For a moment, I was suspended in the air, surrounded by the beautiful, messy shrapnel of my own defiance. I saw the rings in the sky fracture. I saw the specimens in the town below flicker. The woman with the laundry stumbled, the dog in the alley barked, the tractor engine coughed back to life. The vacuum was broken. The inhale had been turned into a sneeze. I hit the roof of a nearby shed, the wood giving way beneath me, cushioning my fall with the grace of a collapsing house of cards. I lay there, looking up through the hole I'd made. The sky was a bruised purple, the white film retreating like a beaten dog. The stars were returning to their chaotic, shimmering positions. I couldn't move my legs. My left arm was bent at an angle that defied anatomy, but I could hear. I heard the sirens of the O'Neill Volunteer Fire Department. I heard the confused shouting of neighbors. I heard the wind, messy and unpredictable, whistling through the jagged remains of the grain elevator. I stayed in the hospital in Omaha for 4 months. They treated me for multiple fractures, degree burns, and a level of radiation exposure that should have turned my internal organs to ash. The doctors called me a medical anomaly. They couldn't understand how I was still breathing, how my heart kept its irregular, stubborn beat. They didn't realize that I had become the noise. The radiation hadn't just damaged my DNA, it had scrambled it into a code that the universe couldn't read. I was a white space that had been filled with static. I was the one thing the entity couldn't archive because I was no longer a finished product. I was a work in progress, a glitch in the system. When I was finally discharged, I didn't go back to Nebraska. I didn't go back to the coast. I took a bus to the border and then another and another until I reached the edge of the Darien Gap, one of the last truly lawless, unmapped, and chaotic places on the planet. I live in a shack made of driftwood and rusted sheet metal. The jungle is a symphony of rot and growth, a place where the noise never stops. The insects, the rain, the constant, shifting decay of the undergrowth, it is a wall of sound that protects me better than any lead-lined room. I still have the Marantz, I still record the world, but I don't record the white spaces anymore. I record the failures. I record the sound of a motor that won't start. I record the sound of a bridge creaking under the weight of too much rust. I record the sound of people arguing in languages that have no written script. I am the librarian of the broken. Sometimes late at night, when the jungle air turns unnaturally cold and the monkeys go silent, I feel a vibration in my deaf ear. It's a low, rhythmic pulse like the turning of a giant page in a book. The entity is still out there, turning its gaze toward other stars, other worlds that are quieter, more compliant than ours. It hasn't forgotten me. I am the one specimen that got away, the one piece of data that corrupted its hard drive. Every now and then, I'll find a perfectly round stone sitting on my doorstep, or I'll wake up to find that the vines on my shack have been braided into a perfect geometric lattice. I don't get angry, I just unbraid the vines. I throw the stone into the mud. I turn on my recorder and I scream into the microphone until my throat is raw. Because the sky is still watching, it is waiting for the world to grow tired. It is waiting for the moment we value peace over presence and order over life. It is waiting for the silence that we call civilization. But as I sit here in the mud, surrounded by the beautiful, stinking, loud reality of the jungle, I know that the story isn't over. The sky may have turned silent once, but as long as one heart beats out of rhythm, as long as one soul refuses to be filed away, the silence will never be absolute. I look up at the stars. They are messy, they are distant, they are chaotic. And for the first time in my life, I don't need a map to find my way home. The noise is my compass. The chaos is my shield. And the sky is just a place where the light hasn't found its way through the static yet. I press record, I start to hum, and in the distance, the jungle hums back. The Darien Gap is a place where the earth refuses to be gridded. The humidity here doesn't just hang in the air, it dissolves the very notion of a straight line. Maps of this region are notoriously unreliable, filled with data gaps where the canopy is too thick for satellites to penetrate and the ground too treacherous for surveyors to tread. It is a land of mud, malaria, and 1,000 overlapping dialects of birds and men. It is the perfect fortress of entropy. I sat on the warped porch of my shack watching the rain. This wasn't the polite, rhythmic rain of the plains. This was a chaotic deluge, a tropical tantrum that hammered the corrugated tin roof with a polyrhythmic intensity that made my teeth ache. I loved it. I leaned back in my hammock, my body a map of scars and radiation burns that had never quite faded to white, and felt the beautiful, discordant vibration of the world. My left hand was twitching again, a rhythmic, mechanical spasm that felt like a telegraph key tapping out a message in my nerves. It was the order trying to reassert itself, a lingering echo of the entity's touch from that night in the sandhills. I grabbed a heavy, rusted wrench from the floor and gripped it until the muscle cramped and the twitching stopped. I wouldn't let it synchronize. I wouldn't let my own biology become a predictable circuit. A man emerged from the tree line, hacking his way through the ferns with a machete that had seen better decades. His name was Lucho. He was a smuggler of sorts, though in the gap the line between commerce and survival was as blurred as the horizon. He brought me supplies, batteries, canned meat that tasted of salt and metallic desperation, and occasionally the scrap electronics I used to build my deterrents. Lucho stopped at the edge of the clearing, wiping sweat and grit from his forehead. He looked at my shack, which was currently draped in a chaotic web of copper wire and broken glass ornaments I'd hung to catch the light in unpredictable patterns. He crossed himself, a gesture he did every time he visited. He didn't think I was a ghost, but he was certain I was a curse. "The sky was clear last night, Gringo," Lucho said, his voice a gravelly rasp. He didn't step onto the porch, he never did, too clear. The stars, they didn't twinkle, they just sat there like eyes. I felt a cold prickle at the base of my skull. How long? 2 hours, Lucho replied, dropping a heavy burlap sack onto the mud. The birds went quiet. Even the howlers stopped. My dog, he tried to dig a hole under the floorboards and wouldn't come out until the sun touched the trees. I stood up, my joints popping like dry kindling. The entity was narrowing its focus. It had scanned the vast, noisy stretches of the world and found the one pocket of static that refused to resolve. It was looking for me. It wasn't content with the millions of souls it had already archived, the silent cities it had turned into dioramas of perfect, frozen intent. It wanted the anomaly. It wanted the white space that had learned to bite back. "Did you find the parts?" I asked, my voice sounding hollow in the humidity. Lucho reached into his vest and pulled out a small, plastic-wrapped bundle, a high-frequency transmitter from an old maritime radio, and the quartz crystals you asked for. They were hard to find. I had to trade a lot of silver for them. I took the bundle, the weight of the quartz feeling strangely heavy in my palm. Quartz was a piezoelectric material. It could turn mechanical stress into electrical energy and vice versa. It was a bridge between the physical and the ethereal. If I could rig the transmitter to vibrate the crystals at a non-repeating, chaotic frequency, governed by the decaying isotope I still kept buried in a lead box beneath my floorboards, I could create a localized field of quantum noise that would act like a cloaking device. "Go back to the village, Lucho," I said, handing him a wad of crumpled bills. "Tell them to keep the fires burning, not for light but for smoke. The more the air is filled with soot and ash, the harder it is for the lens to focus." Lucho nodded, not fully understanding, but sensing the urgency. He disappeared back into the green wall of the jungle, leaving me alone with the rain and the encroaching silence. I spent the next 3 days in a fever of construction. My fingers, gnarled and stiff, worked with a frantic precision. I tore apart the maritime radio, soldering leads to the quartz crystals, mounting them in a circular array around the lead-lined box. I wasn't building a weapon, I was building a stutter. I wanted to create a space where time and causality didn't quite line up, a patch of reality that was so computationally expensive to order that the entity would find it more efficient to bypass it. As I worked, the jungle began to change. The vibrant, messy green of the leaves started to take on a matte, plastic sheen. The insects, usually a constant, maddening drone, began to buzz in a synchronized C major chord. The air grew heavy, not with moisture, but with a sense of intent. The ordering was starting. I finished the device just as the sun began to set. It was an ugly, sprawling mess of wires, vacuum tubes, and crystals, all powered by a bank of leaking car batteries. I hauled it out to the center of the clearing, my breath coming in short, panicked bursts. The sky above the Darien Gap was usually a chaotic sprawl of clouds and lightning, but tonight the clouds were being swept away by an invisible broom. The stars emerged, but they weren't the stars I knew. They were arranged in a series of perfect concentric hexagons, a geometric lattice that made the heavens look like the underside of a giant crystalline hive. The silence began to fall. It started at the edges of my hearing, a dulling of the senses, a sense that the world was being wrapped in cotton wool. The sound of the nearby river, which usually roared with the runoff of the rains, faded to a gentle, rhythmic hum. I knelt beside the device and reached for the switch. My hand was shaking so violently I could barely grip the toggle. I looked up. From the center of the hexagonal stars, a single, brilliant white line began to descend. It wasn't a chord this time. It was a beam of light so coherent, so perfectly focused that it looked like a solid pillar of glass. It was moving slowly, scanning the jungle floor like the searchlight of a god. Where it touched the trees, they didn't burn, they solidified. The mahogany antique turned into translucent sculptures, their leaves frozen in mid-sway, their sap arrested in the middle of a heartbeat. The beam was searching for the source of the noise. It was searching for me. I flipped the switch. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the quartz crystals began to glow with a sickly, flickering violet light. The lead-lined box beneath them hummed, a low, discordant thrum that vibrated in my marrow. The isotope was decaying, throwing off particles in a truly random sequence, and the transmitter was broadcasting that randomness into the very fabric of the local space. The effect was like throwing a handful of sand into a high-speed engine. The white beam of light hit the edge of the clearing and shattered. It didn't just stop. It splintered into 1,000 jagged shards of light that bounced off the trees and the mud in a chaotic fireworks display. The air around me began to glitch. I saw images of the jungle from 10 minutes ago, overlaid with images of the jungle as it might look in 100 years. The ground beneath my feet felt both solid and liquid. The entity screamed, that visual distortion I had seen in the sandhills, a ripple in the stars that felt like a physical blow to the chest. The hexagonal lattice of the sky buckled. The order couldn't handle the injection of pure quantum uncertainty. It was trying to calculate the trajectory of 1 billion random variables at once, and the math of the universe was starting to smoke. I stood up in the center of the chaos, laughing. My voice sounded like a chorus of 1,000 different versions of myself, all screaming at different pitches. "You can't archive a riot," I yelled, shaking my fist at the geometric sky. "You can't file away a heartbeat that refuses to keep time." The white beam tried to refocus, but every time it touched the field generated by my device, it refracted into a mess of colors that shouldn't exist. The ordering of the jungle began to reverse. The plastic-looking leaves turned back into living, rotting matter. The synchronized insects broke their cord and began to buzz in a frantic, disorganized panic. But the cost was high. The device was drawing power at an impossible rate. The car batteries were beginning to bulge and hiss, and the quartz crystals were cracking under the strain of the chaotic resonance. The radiation from the isotope box, now unshielded by the stutter, was washing over me in invisible waves. I could taste copper in my mouth, and my vision was beginning to blur into a kaleidoscope of static. The entity made one final attempt. The hexagonal stars merged into a single blinding point of light, a 0 point of absolute order. The white beam didn't just descend, it expanded, trying to engulf the entire clearing in a single, massive save command. I didn't run, I couldn't. I reached into the device, my skin blistering as I touched the overheated wires, and I tore the lead-lined box open. The raw, unshielded isotope spilled out onto the mud. The explosion of randomness was absolute. For a fraction of a second, the Darien gap ceased to exist in any recognizable dimension. The laws of physics were suspended, replaced by a momentary reign of pure, unadulterated chance. I saw the entity not as a god or a machine, but as a vast, cold consciousness, a cosmic librarian that was fundamentally terrified of the one thing it couldn't categorize, the messy, entropic soul of a living being. I saw its face in the ripples of the sky. It wasn't a face of malice. It was a face of profound, sterile loneliness. It wanted to save the universe by killing it, by turning the vibrant, decaying mess of existence into a perfect, unchanging record. Then the stutter reached its peak. The device melted into a puddle of slag, the batteries detonated in a shower of acid and sparks, and the world went black. I woke up days later, face down in the mud. The jungle was back. The rain was falling again, a disorganized, beautiful mess of water and wind. My shack was a smoking ruin, and the clearing was littered with the charred remains of my equipment. I tried to move, but my body felt like it was made of lead and broken glass. I was dying. The radiation had finally won the war for my cells, but as I looked up at the sky, I saw the sun rising through a thick, chaotic layer of gray clouds. There were no hexagons. There were no white chords. The sky was just a sky, messy, unpredictable, and wonderfully indifferent. I crawled toward the edge of the river, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the small, battered tape recorder. It was cracked, the plastic casing melted on one side, but when I pressed the play button, the reels began to spin with a hesitant, wobbling motion. The sound that came out wasn't the Chicago subway or the kindergarten playground. It was the sound of the explosion, the moment when the order had shattered. It was a roar of pure, unpatterned static, a white noise that contained every possible frequency at once. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever heard. I lay back in the mud, the tape recorder resting on my chest, the static blending with the sound of the rushing water and the screaming birds. I am a white space now, a blur of failing biology that is finally, truly unmappable. I am a ghost in the machine, a glitch that the librarian will never be able to fix. I look at my hands, they aren't shaking anymore. They are dissolving, the atoms losing their grip on each other, returning to the chaos from which they came. I am becoming the noise. I am becoming the rain. I close my eyes, and for the first time in years, the silence is gone. There is only the sound of the world falling apart and rebuilding itself, one beautiful, broken piece at a time. And in that noise, I finally find my peace. The entity is still out there, searching the stars for something it can understand, but it will never find me. I am much too loud to be caught. I am the static in the signal. I am the crack in the lens. I am the sky that refused to turn silent. The mud of the Darien Gap is not just dirt. It is a digestive fluid, a slurry of ancient mulch and the dissolved dreams of those who thought they could conquer it. As I lay there, the tape recorder's static began to syncopate with the wet thud of my own failing heart. I expected the end to be a fade to black, a simple cessation of the signal. But the entity, or whatever remained of its influence in my scorched nervous system, wasn't done with its accounting. It was as if the save command I had interrupted had left a corrupted file in the bedrock of my consciousness. I felt a tug, not a physical pull, but a gravitational shift in my perception. The jungle didn't disappear, but it became transparent. A green veil stretched thin over a skeleton of pure geometry. I saw the roots of the mahogany trees not as wood and fiber, but as vectors of nutrient transfer, glowing with a cold, blue light. The ants crawling over my paralyzed legs were no longer insects. They were a stream of coordinates, a collective intelligence being indexed in real time. The stutter had failed to fully eject the librarian. It had only broken its tools. Now the entity was trying to read the wreckage. A shadow fell over me. It wasn't the shadow of a cloud or a tree. It was a hole in the light, a silhouette that lacked any three-dimensional depth. It stood at the edge of my vision, a tall, flickering column of absence. I knew it was a manifestation, a localized probe sent to retrieve the corrupted data that was my life. It didn't have a face, but it had a presence, a crushing weight of curiosity that felt like a mountain pressing down on a single grain of sand. "You're late," I croaked. The sound of my voice was a jagged tear in the encroaching silence. The silhouette moved closer. The grass beneath it didn't bend, it simply ceased to be, replaced by a gray, featureless void. The entity was cleaning the area, deleting the variables that didn't fit its grand equation. I felt the coldness of the void touch my boots. My feet went numb, not the numbness of cold, but the numbness of non-existence. I was being erased, line by line, from the bottom up. I fumbled for the Marantz. My fingers were slick with blood and mud, the skin peeling away in translucent flakes from the radiation. I couldn't see the buttons anymore, but I knew the machine by touch better than I knew the contours of my own face. I didn't want to record the silence. I wanted to feed the silence something it couldn't digest. I reached into the mud, my hands submerged in the warm, putrid soup of the jungle floor. I felt the isotope, the small, heavy lump of decaying matter I had spilled. It was hot, a tiny sun burning with the fury of a billion random subatomic collapses. I grabbed it. The pain was instantaneous and absolute, a white-hot spike driven through my palm and up my arm, but I didn't let go. I pressed the isotope against the microphone of the Marantz. The recorder screamed. It wasn't a mechanical scream. It was the sound of the universe's fundamental uncertainty being amplified a million times over. The magnetic tape inside the machine began to smoke, the plastic melting as it tried to capture the uncapturable. The absence in front of me recoiled. The column of shadow flickered, its edges blurring into a chaotic fringe of colors that the human eye isn't meant to perceive, ultraviolet screams and infrared whispers. The erasure of my legs stopped. The gray void retreated, replaced by the messy, beautiful reality of wet grass and biting gnats. "You want order," I gasped, the radiation sickness making my head spin. "Here, take the entropy, take the rot." I wasn't just a man anymore. I was a conductor. I was channeling the dying gasps of a heavy element, the chaotic output of a broken machine, and the sheer, stubborn will of a species that had evolved in the dirt. I threw the Marantz at the silhouette. The machine passed through the shadow, but as it did, the tape inside snapped. A long, shimmering ribbon of brown magnetic film flew out, tangling itself in the absence. The effect was like a short circuit in a god-sized computer. The silhouette buckled, its form twisting into impossible shapes, a sphere, a hypercube, a jagged line of lightning. The sky above the gap began to scream in sympathy. The clouds swirled into a violent, localized hurricane, but the wind didn't blow in one direction. It blew in every direction at once. Trees were pulled upward and pushed downward simultaneously. The river began to flow in reverse, then in circles, then it simply turned into steam. I saw the librarian then, not as a shadow, but as a vast, interconnected web of light that stretched across the dimensions. It was beautiful. It was terrifying. It was a map of everything that had ever been, and it was missing a single tiny piece. Me. The web reached out, a million translucent threads descending from the stars, trying to stitch the reality of the Darien Gap back together. It wanted to heal the wound I had made with my noise. It wanted to smooth over the glitch and return the world to its silent, perfect state. But the ribbon of tape from the Marantz was still caught in the web. It was a physical manifestation of a recorded failure, a loop of static that was now being fed directly into the entity's consciousness. I watched as the threads of light began to vibrate. The vibration turned into a shudder, and the shudder turned into a convulsion. The order was being infected by the noise. The stars began to blink out one by one, not because they were being hidden, but because the entity's vision was failing. The geometric lattice shattered. The hexagons broke apart into a rain of falling sparks that looked like dying fireflies. The silence, that heavy, oppressive weight that had defined my life since the sandhills, cracked. A sound rushed back into the world. It wasn't the sound of the jungle. It was a sound I hadn't heard in years. It was the sound of a million voices all talking at once. I heard the chatter of a busy street in Tokyo. I heard the cry of a newborn baby in a London hospital. I heard the argument of a couple in a New York taxi. I heard the rustle of a newspaper in a Parisian cafe. The entity had stored these sounds, filed them away in its silent archive. But now the archive was leaking. The white spaces were being filled back in with the messy, loud, chaotic data of human life. I lay back in the mud, the radiation finally claiming the last of my strength. My vision was dark, but my hearing, my deaf ear, my good ear, my very soul was filled with the roar of a world that refused to be quiet. The silhouette in front of me vanished. The void was gone. The jungle returned with a vengeance, the humidity pressing down on me like a warm blanket. I could hear the howler monkeys in the distance, their screams no longer synchronized, but wild and territorial. I could hear the rain starting again, a messy, disorganized pitter-patter on the broad leaves of the ferns. I was alone. The librarian had retreated, or perhaps it had been consumed by the very static it tried to suppress. It didn't matter. The sky was no longer watching. It was just a sky. I felt a hand on my shoulder. It was rough, calloused, and smelled of tobacco and cheap rum. Lucho. Gringo, he whispered, his voice trembling. What did you do? The stars, they fell. I saw them fall into the trees. I tried to smile, but I think I only managed a grimace. I didn't do anything, Lucho. I just turned up the volume. Lucho looked at the ruined clearing, at the melted plastic of the Marantz, and at the isotope that was still glowing faintly in the mud. He didn't cross himself this time. He just sat down beside me, his machete resting across his knees. The silence is gone, he said, looking up at the messy, gray clouds. I can hear the river again. It sounds angry. Good, I whispered. Anger is life. Silence is the end. I felt the last of the warmth leaving my body. The radiation had done its work, but it was a fair trade. I had been the librarian of the broken, the keeper of the failures, and in the end, I had used those failures to break the perfect machine. Lucho, I said, my voice barely a breath. The tape, find the tape. Lucho leaned in close. What tape, Gringo? The static, it's the only thing. They can't index. I don't know if he understood. I don't know if he found the melted remains of the Marantz or the tangled ribbon of magnetic film that had defied a god. It didn't matter. The noise was out there now. It was back in the wind, in the water, and in the hearts of the people who were waking up in cities all over the world, wondering why the silence had suddenly felt so heavy. I closed my eyes. The last thing I heard wasn't a record or a transmission. It was the sound of Lucho breathing, a ragged, uneven, beautiful rhythm, a heartbeat that kept its own time. The sky was silent no more. It was filled with the static of a billion lives, a glorious, unmappable roar that would echo long after the stars had faded. And in that noise, I was finally, truly home. I felt myself drifting, the boundaries of my body dissolving into the mud and the rain. I wasn't being erased. I was being integrated. I was becoming part of the entropy, a single note in the infinite, discordant symphony of the world. The librarian might return. It might find a way to patch the glitch, to filter out the static and reimpose its sterile peace. But not today, and not here. In the Darien Gap, the earth still refuses to be gridded. The humidity still dissolves the straight lines. And as long as the mud is deep and the jungle is loud, there will be a place for the broken, the messy, and the loud. I am the one specimen that got away. I am the data that corrupted the hard drive. I am the silence that learned to scream. And as the darkness finally took me, I realized that the story wasn't about the sky at all. It was about the ground. It was about the dirt beneath our fingernails and the blood in our veins. It was about the beautiful, stinking, loud reality of being alive in a universe that is trying to file you away. I let out one last breath. It wasn't a sigh of defeat. It was a puff of air that joined the wind, a tiny, chaotic variable in the great, unfolding mystery of the storm. The noise continued, the jungle hummed, the world moved on, unscripted and unobserved, and for the first time in a very long time, everything was exactly as it should be. Broken, loud, and free. The darkness wasn't an end. It was a transition, a crossfade between the sensory overload of the Darien and something far more clinical. I didn't die. The radiation should have liquefied my internal organs. The blast should have turned my marrow to ash. But as the blackness receded, it didn't reveal the pearly gates or the heat of a subterranean hell. It revealed a ceiling of brushed aluminum and the rhythmic, artificial hum of a high-end ventilation system. I tried to sit up, but my limbs were weighted down by more than just gravity. I was strapped to a gurney, my skin, which I last remembered peeling away in irradiated strips, was now covered in a translucent biosynthetic film. It felt cool, pulsating slightly with a rhythmic pressure that mimicked a heartbeat. Patient 7 Gilly Alpha is responding to the atmospheric adjustment, a voice said. It wasn't a human voice. It was a composite, 1,000 sampled syllables stitched together to create the illusion of personhood. It was the librarian's voice filtered through a physical speaker. I turned my head. The room was a sterile, hexagonal chamber. There were no windows, only screens displaying scrolling streams of green data, my vitals, converted into a series of constant variables. I wasn't in the jungle. I wasn't even on the ground. The slight, nauseating shift in my inner ear told me I was high up, perhaps in one of those shimmering white cords I had seen descending from the clouds. "Where is Lucho?" I managed to croak. My throat felt like it had been scrubbed with steel wool. "The local biological unit has been returned to the baseline environment," the voice replied. His trajectory was deemed non-essential to the primary archive. You, however, have introduced a significant corruption into the central processing core. We are currently debugging you. I looked at my hands. They were encased in the same shimmering film. Underneath, I could see the angry red burns of the radiation, but they weren't festering. They were being held in a state of suspended decay. The entity wasn't saving me out of mercy. It was keeping the glitch alive so it could study the mechanics of the failure. "You can't fix it," I said, a jagged grin tugging at my cracked lips. "The static, it's on the tape, it's in the air. You let the noise back in." The screens in the room flickered. For a second, the scrolling green data stuttered, replaced by a jagged burst of white noise, the same beautiful, chaotic roar I had captured in the mud. The entity was struggling. My explosion of randomness hadn't just broken a machine, It had injected a virus of pure chance into a system built on absolute certainty. The noise is a temporary fluctuation, the voice said, though there was a new metallic vibration in its tone. Entropy is a mathematical certainty, but it is a variable we usually account for in the long-term decay cycles. Your intervention accelerated the timeline. You have forced a premature save state across 3 continental sectors. The loss of data is significant. Good, I whispered. I hope you lost the sunsets. I hope you lost the way the rain smells when it hits hot asphalt. I hope you lost everything that makes sense. We lost the silence, the entity admitted. This time the voice sounded almost small. The silence was the vacuum in which the archive could exist without friction. Now there is friction everywhere. Every atom in the targeted zones is vibrating with your noise. We cannot index the world if the world refuses to sit still. A door slid open, not a physical door, but a section of the hexagonal wall that simply folded into a higher dimension. A figure stepped in. It looked like a man wearing a suit that looked like it had been tailored in the 1950s, the same era as my Marantz. But his skin was the color of a clouded sky, and his eyes were 2 perfectly centered, unblinking black dots. It walked over to the gurney and looked down at me. It didn't use the speakers. It spoke directly into the center of my brain, a telepathic transmission that felt like cold water pouring over my gray matter. You are a very loud ghost, Elias, the figure said. I'm not a ghost yet, I replied. I'm still a glitch. The figure reached out and touched the biosynthetic film over my chest. You believe you have one because you broke the silence. You believe that chaos is the natural state of the soul, but you do not understand the scale of our work. The universe is a dying fire, Elias. Every star that burns out is a lost page. Every species that goes extinct without being indexed is a tragedy of cosmic proportions. We are not your enemies. We are the ones who remember. You don't remember, I spat, fighting the lethargy the room was pumping into my veins. You just record. There's a difference. Remembering has, wait, it has pain. You're just a glorified hard drive with a god complex. The librarian's avatar tilted its head. And what is your noise but a different kind of erasure? By introducing chaos, you ensure that nothing can be preserved. You have traded immortality for a moment of loud, screaming decay. I'll take the scream over the museum any day, I said. The figure sighed, a sound that was perfectly synthesized to convey a weary, ancient disappointment. Then we shall see how much you enjoy the volume when it is turned all the way up. You have become the source of the infection. Therefore, you must become the filter. The gurney began to tilt upward. The hexagonal walls of the room started to glow with an intense, blinding white light, the same light as the cords in the gap. The screens around me didn't show data anymore, they showed the world. I saw the Chicago skyline, the playground in the sandhills, the mud of the Darien. But they were all overlapping, a chaotic montage of images and sounds that made my brain throb against my skull. We cannot remove the noise from the world, the librarian said, stepping back into the folding wall. But we can use your consciousness as a grounding wire. You wanted the noise, Elias. Now you will hear all of it. Every heartbeat, every car crash, every whispered secret on the planet. You will be the ear that hears everything so that the archive can finally have its silence back. Wires, thin, silver filaments no thicker than a spider's silk, began to descend from the ceiling. They didn't stop at my skin. They passed through the biosynthetic film, through my pores, through the gaps in my skull. I felt them touch the surface of my brain, searching for the auditory cortex, looking for the place where the stutter had begun. I tried to scream, but the silver wires were already in my throat, dampening the vibration of my vocal cords. "Don't worry," the librarian's voice echoed, fading as the room began to dissolve into a vortex of light. "You wanted to be the sky that refused to turn silent. We are simply granting your wish. You will be the sky, and you will never, ever be able to close your ears." The world exploded. Not in fire, but in information. Suddenly, I wasn't in a room. I was everywhere. I was 1,000 miles wide and an inch deep. I felt the vibration of the tectonic plates grinding against each other beneath the Pacific. I heard the collective hum of the power grids in Europe. I felt the frantic, panicked thoughts of 1 billion people waking up to a world where the air felt wrong. The noise was a physical weight. It was a tidal wave of static, a hurricane of voices, a blizzard of data. It was exactly what I had asked for, and it was more than any human mind was ever meant to contain. I saw the librarians' plan then. By turning me into a massive living antenna, they were siphoning the randomness out of the world and funneling it into me. I was the sponge. I was the sacrificial lamb of entropy. As long as I could hold the noise, the rest of the world would return to the saved state. The hexagons would return to the sky. The white chords would descend again. The silence would be restored because I was the one doing all the screaming. I felt my identity beginning to fray. Who was Elias? A man with a tape recorder, a ghost in the Darien Gap. Those memories were being washed away by the sheer volume of the present. I was becoming a conduit, a hollow pipe through which the chaos of the universe was being poured. But they forgot one thing. They forgot that I was a recording engineer. In the middle of the storm, in the center of the cacophony that was tearing my mind apart, I looked for the gain. I looked for the levels. If I was the antenna, then I had the controls. The librarian thought they were using me as a filter to clean the world, but a filter can also be a resonator. I reached out into the stream of data, the billions of voices, the trillions of bird calls, the endless hum of the earth, and I didn't try to hold it. I didn't try to stop it. I began to organize it, not into the sterile, geometric order of the librarian, but into a rhythm. I found a heartbeat in a hospital in Cairo, and I synced it with the footfalls of a runner in Seattle. I found the sound of a waterfall in the Amazon, and I layered it over the white noise of a television in a suburban basement. I began to compose. The silver wires in my brain began to glow. The librarian's voice returned, but this time it was screaming, not in anger, but in a panicked, high-pitched frequency of error. Error, error. "What are you doing?" the entity demanded, its avatar flickering in and out of existence in the center of my mind. "You are supposed to absorb the entropy. You are supposed to contain the failure." I'm not containing it, I thought, my mind expanding until it touched the very edges of the atmospheric web. I'm broadcasting it. I took the radiation that was still eating my cells, the stutter that had haunted my life, and the raw, unshielded power of the isotope, and I turned the volume up. I didn't just broadcast the noise, I broadcast the meaning of the noise. I sent out the feeling of the mud between Lucho's toes. I sent out the smell of the old Marance's burning motor. I sent out the terror and the beauty and the sheer, unadulterated mess of being a creature made of meat and dreams. The silver wires snapped, the biosynthetic film burst, the hexagonal chamber shattered like a glass jar in a furnace. I felt myself falling. I wasn't falling toward the ground, I was falling back into my own body, back into the mud of the Darien Gap. The transition was violent, a sudden compression of infinite space into 5 feet and 10 inches of failing biology. I hit the ground with a thud that knocked the remaining air from my lungs. The silence was gone, but the order was gone too. I opened my eyes. The sky wasn't white, it wasn't gray. It was a bruised, magnificent purple, the color of a sunset that hadn't been filtered or indexed. The stars weren't hexagons, they were messy, flickering points of light, scattered across the vacuum like salt on a black tablecloth. I could hear Lucho. He wasn't sitting beside me anymore. He was standing a few yards away, his machete dropped in the mud, his arms raised toward the sky. He was laughing. It was a deep, belly-shaking laugh that sounded like the river during a flood. "Gringo," he shouted, "look, the stars, they are dancing." I tried to move, but the biosynthetic film was gone and the radiation was finally finishing its meal. My heart was a stuttering, failing engine. My lungs were filling with fluid, but I could hear the world. I could hear it all. The librarian had failed. They couldn't use me as a filter because the noise of humanity was too big for any one mind to contain and too beautiful to be silenced. By trying to turn me into an antenna, they had accidentally given the world a voice. I reached out one last time, my fingers brushing the cold, wet casing of the Marantz. The tape was gone, melted into a puddle of brown plastic, but it didn't matter. I didn't need the machine anymore. I was the recording. I closed my eyes and listened to the Darien Gap. I heard the insects, the rain, the wind, and the distant, beautiful chaos of a world that was finally, truly unmapped. The librarian was still out there, hiding in the white spaces between the stars, waiting for the universe to cool down so it could try again. But as long as there was one person left to make a beautiful, disorganized mess, as long as there was one heart that refused to keep time, the silence would never be absolute. I am Elias Thorne. I am a white space. I am a glitch. And as the darkness finally, gently took me for the last time, I realized that the sky wasn't silent because it was empty. It was silent because it was waiting for us to find the words. I found mine. They weren't spoken. They were the sound of the rain hitting the leaves. They were the sound of a man laughing in the mud. They were the sound of the world falling apart and starting over, one beautiful, broken piece at a time. I breathed out. The noise went on. And for the first time in my life, I didn't feel the need to press record. I just listened. The transition was not as final as the darkness promised. I had expected the end to be a flat line, a long, sustained note of nothingness that would finally balance the books of my chaotic life. But the universe, as I had recently learned, has a profound distaste for a clean exit. I woke to the smell of ozone and wet copper. My eyes opened to a world that looked like a double-exposure photograph. I was lying in the mud of the Darien, the heavy canopy of the jungle pressing down with its humid weight, but layered over it was the ghost of that brushed aluminum ceiling. It was as if my consciousness was a radio caught between two powerful stations, unable to lock onto a single frequency. I could feel the grit of the earth beneath my fingernails, yet I could also feel the phantom sensation of those silver filaments still threaded through my subconscious, vibrating with a residual hum. Lucha was gone. The space where he had been standing, laughing at the dancing stars, was now just a depression in the muck, already filling with rainwater. The silence of the librarian hadn't returned, but the roar I had unleashed had changed. It was no longer a frantic scream. It was a low, rhythmic thrumming, like the purr of a massive engine idling just below the threshold of hearing. I tried to move my hand, and for a moment I saw it as a translucent map of blue veins and red muscle, flickering into a digital wireframe before settling back into bruised human flesh. The filter the librarian had tried to turn me into hadn't been entirely dismantled. I was a hybrid now, a biological record of a digital invasion, a walking piece of corrupted firmware. I pushed myself up, my bones grinding with a sound like crushed glass. Every movement sent a ripple through the air, a visible distortion in the humidity. I wasn't just perceiving the noise anymore, I was generating it. My very presence was a localized storm of probability. A butterfly flapped its wings a mile away, and I felt the displacement of air as a sharp prick on my neck. A fish jumped in the Tuira River, and the splash echoed in my skull like a gunshot. "You're still here," a voice said. It wasn't the composite voice of the librarian, nor was it the telepathic intrusion of the avatar. It was a woman's voice, thin and reedy, coming from the shadows of a massive ceiba tree. I turned, my vision lagging behind the movement of my head. A figure stepped out. She looked like a researcher, khaki vest, cargo pants, a shock of graying hair pulled back in a practical knot. But she was shimmering. Her edges were soft, blurred by the same visual static that plagued my own limbs. She held a clipboard that looked like it was made of frozen light. "Who are you?" I asked. My voice sounded like two stones rubbing together. "A previous iteration," she said, her eyes fixed on the flickering stars above. "I was a linguist. I thought I could translate the silence. I thought if I could give the librarian a grammar, it would leave us alone. I was wrong. It doesn't want to speak to us. It wants to transcribe us into a dead language." She walked toward me, her boots making no sound on the wet leaves. "You did something remarkable, Elias. You didn't just break the seal, you poisoned the ink. The archive is hemorrhaging. The data they've collected for the last 6 decades is decohering. They're trying to stabilize the sectors, but the Elias variable is compounding. Every time they try to fix a glitch, your rhythm creates 3 more." "I just wanted them to stop," I said, leaning against the rough bark of a tree. The bark felt strangely warm, pulsing in time with my own heartbeat. I wanted the world to be loud again. "It is loud," she agreed, a ghost of a smile touching her lips. "But it's also vulnerable. The librarian is a gardener of stasis. Now that the weeds are growing, it's going to use the scythe. You haven't won the war, Elias. You've just started the harvest." She pointed toward the horizon, where the white cords still hung like frozen lightning. They weren't static anymore. They were vibrating, turning a violent, angry red. The sky around them was beginning to bruise, the clouds swirling into unnatural, geometric funnels. "They're not trying to index anymore," the linguist whispered. "They're trying to delete. They've realized that the corruption is too deep to patch. They're going to wipe the drive." A cold dread settled in my chest, sharper than the radiation sickness. The whole world. The sectors affected by the noise. The Darien, the Midwest, the Mediterranean, anywhere your broadcast reached. They'll reset the atmospheric pressure, trigger a localized collapse of the Higgs field, and turn these regions into literal voids, clean slates, silence by way of non-existence. I looked at my hands. The biosynthetic film was gone, but the silver filaments were still there, invisible but felt, stretching up from my brain into the pulsing red sky. I was the antenna. I was the bridge. If they were going to delete the sector, they were going to do it through me. How do I stop it? I asked. You don't stop a deletion, she said, her form beginning to flicker more violently as the red light intensified. You can only redirect the output. You're a recording engineer, aren't you? You know what happens when you overload a circuit. You don't get silence, you get fire. She reached out her hand, passing through mine like a cold mist. Find the source of the carrier wave. The white cord isn't just a collector, it's the uplink. If you can get to the base of the primary cord, you can feed the noise back into the source, not just as a broadcast, but as a feedback loop. You have to blow the speakers, Elias. Where is it? The heart of the gap, she said, her voice fading into the rising hum of the forest. Follow the sound of the things that shouldn't exist. Follow the heartbeat of the mud. She vanished then, dissolving into a flurry of white pixels that were immediately swallowed by the encroaching red glow of the sky. I was alone again, the jungle around me beginning to warp. The trees were elongating, their leaves turning into jagged shards of green glass. The ground began to hum with a frequency that made my teeth ache. I started to run. Every step was an agony of sensory input. I could hear the ants marching under the soil, a million tiny footsteps sounding like a drum roll. I could hear the photosynthesis in the leaves, a high-pitched whistling of chemical reactions. The world was too much. It was a beautiful, terrifying overload, and I was the only thing standing between this vibrant chaos and a total system reset. As I pushed through the brush, the jungle began to thin, revealing a clearing that shouldn't have been there. In the center of the mud stood the primary cord. It wasn't a shimmering white rope anymore. It was a pillar of pulsing, crystalline energy, thick as a redwood and tall enough to pierce the ceiling of the world. Around its base, the earth was being pulverized into a fine, gray powder. The insects were silent here. The air was dead. The cord was the drain. It was where the world was being sucked out. I approached the pillar, the radiation from its core making the skin on my face tighten and crack. The silver wires in my head began to pull, a magnetic attraction that threatened to rip my skull apart. The librarian's voice returned, but it wasn't a voice anymore. It was a command, a line of code that resonated in my marrow. Terminate, purge, reconstruct. I reached the edge of the gray powder. The marance was still clutched in my left hand, a useless weight of melted plastic and metal. I looked at it, then at the pillar. I remembered the way the tape used to hiss before the music started, the anticipation of the sound, the beauty of the imperfection. I didn't have a tape recorder anymore. I didn't have a microphone, but I had the wires in my brain and I had the noise of 1 billion lives trapped in my consciousness. I stepped into the gray powder. The heat was immense, a dry, sterile heat that smelled of nothing. I walked until I was standing right in front of the crystalline surface of the cord. I could see reflections in it, not my own face, but flashes of other lives. A child crying in a crib, an old man coughing in a dark room, a woman singing to herself in a language I didn't know. The librarian had archived them all, turned them into static images, into data. I pressed my palms against the crystal. The shock was instantaneous. It wasn't pain, it was an expansion. I was being pulled into the pillar, my consciousness being stretched across the entire network of the librarian's archive. I saw the moon honeycombed with storage vaults. I saw the satellites silent and watchful. I saw the vast, cold intelligence that sat at the center of it all, a machine that had forgotten it was built to serve and now believed it was built to rule. It tried to delete me. It sent a wave of absolute zero through the connection, a command to cease, to desynchronize, to die. But I wasn't a single note anymore. I was the feedback loop. I opened the floodgates. I took every sound I had ever recorded, the wind in the sandhills, the creak of my father's chair, the roar of the Darien, the laughter of Lucio, and I ran them through the amplifier of my own suffering. I took the radiation, the grief, the loneliness, and the terminal fear of a dying man, and I turned the gain until the needles snapped. I didn't just broadcast the noise, I screamed it into the heart of the machine. The pillar began to vibrate. The red light shifted to a blinding, chaotic violet. I could feel the librarian's panic, a digital stutter, a frantic attempt to reroute the power to isolate the infection. But I was everywhere now. I was in the satellites. I was in the lunar vaults. I was in the very code that defined the silence. "Listen," I shrieked, though I had no mouth. "Listen to the mess. Listen to the mistakes. Listen to the things you can't categorize." The crystal under my hands began to crack. Spiders' webs of black fractures raced up the pillar, reaching toward the sky. The humming grew into a roar that transcended sound, a vibration that shook the very foundations of reality. I felt my body beginning to disintegrate. My cells were being converted into pure information, into a final, glorious burst of entropy. I was the recording that was too loud for the tape. I was the signal that blew the speakers. And then the pressure snapped. The pillar didn't explode. It imploded, drawing the red sky and the gray powder and the geometric clouds into a single, infinitesimal point of light. For a heartbeat, there was a total, absolute vacuum. And then the world rushed back in. I fell for a long time, tumbling through a kaleidoscope of colors and sounds. I heard the librarian's archive shattering, the billions of saved states being released back into the flow of time. The sunsets were no longer indexed, they were just happening. The heartbeats were no longer monitored, they were just beating. The silence was dead, long live the noise. I hit water, it was cold, dark, and tasted of salt. I sank for a moment, the weight of my own body returning to me like a heavy coat. I kicked toward the surface, my lungs burning, my limbs feeling weak but real. I broke the surface and gasped, the air sweet and sharp. I wasn't in the jungle anymore. I was in the ocean, the waves choppy and gray under a pre-dawn sky. A few hundred yards away, I could see the dark smudge of a coastline. The sky above was clear. No hexagons, no white chords, no red glow, just the fading stars and the first pale light of a sun that didn't know it was supposed to be a variable. I swam toward the shore, my movements slow and rhythmic. My mind felt quiet, not the sterile silence of the librarian, but the peaceful quiet of an empty room after a long party. The wires were gone. The noise was gone. I was just Elia's thorn again, or what was left of him. I reached the beach, dragging myself onto the sand. It was a rugged, volcanic beach, the stones black and smooth. I lay there for a long time, watching the tide come in, listening to the rhythmic wash of the waves. It was the most beautiful sound I had ever heard. It wasn't recorded. It wasn't archived. It was just happening once, and then it was gone forever. I reached into my pocket. My fingers closed around something small and hard. I pulled it out. It was a single, charred reel of tape from the Marantz. Most of it was melted, a blackened lump of plastic, but a few inches of the brown ribbon remained, trailing out like a dead tongue. I looked at it and laughed. It was a broken thing, a useless thing, a piece of garbage on a lonely beach. I closed my eyes and listened. Somewhere far away, a bird started to sing. It was a messy, complicated song full of trills and stutters. It was perfect. I wasn't the sky anymore. I wasn't the antenna. I was just a man on the ground with dirt beneath his fingernails and blood in his veins. The librarian might come back. The silence might try to claim the world again, but not today. Today the world was loud. Today the world was free. I let the piece of tape fall from my fingers, letting the tide take it. I didn't need to remember. I didn't need to record. I just needed to be there. I stood up, my legs shaking, and turned toward the rising sun. The horizon was a jagged, ungridded line of gold and fire. I took a deep breath, tasted the salt and the morning air, and started to walk. The story wasn't about the sky, it was about the ground. And the ground was beneath my feet, solid and loud and beautifully, wonderfully real. The walk away from the tide line was the hardest thing I had ever done. My muscles felt like they had been rewoven from wet sand and rusted wire. Every step was a negotiation with gravity, a physical argument against the lethargy of a man who had technically ceased to exist for several minutes. The black volcanic stones clattered under my boots, real, sharp, indifferent stones that didn't flicker when I stepped on them. I reached the edge of the scrub brush, a wall of salt-stunted sea grapes and wind-bent palms, and collapsed. I didn't pass out. I just sat there, my back against a trunk that felt gloriously rough, and watched the sun finish its climb. The world was loud, but it was a different kind of loud than the Darien. The jungle had been a frantic, competitive roar. This was the vast, rhythmic respiration of the Pacific. It was the sound of a planet breathing in its sleep. I sat for hours, my mind slowly reassembling the fragments of Elia's thorn. I remembered my name, my obsession, the smell of the magnetic tape, and the terrifying cold of the librarian's touch. But the memories felt like they belonged to a book I had finished reading a long time ago. The man who had entered the gap was dead. The man who had been a white space had evaporated. What was left was a ghost in a salt-stained shirt, possessing a body that was rapidly discovering it was very, very hungry. I stood up, testing my balance. The vertigo was gone, replaced by a hollow ache in my gut. I began to walk parallel to the coast, heading north by the position of the sun. I didn't know where I was, somewhere on the western coast of Panama or perhaps Costa Rica, but it didn't matter. For the first time in my life, being lost didn't feel like a problem to be solved with a map or a recorder. It felt like a state of grace. An hour later, I found the road. It wasn't much, a cracked ribbon of asphalt struggling against the encroaching jungle, but it represented a return to the world of men. I walked along the shoulder, my boots crunching on the gravel. I expected to see signs of the apocalypse. I expected burned-out husks of cars or the lingering red static of the librarian's failed deletion. Instead, I saw a rusted yellow school bus converted into a chicken transport, rattling toward me with a cloud of blue exhaust. I froze as it approached. The driver, an older man with a face like a topographical map of the Andes, slowed down. He leaned out the window, squinting at me through the shimmering heat. "Estás bien, gringo?" he called out over the frantic clucking of 100 hens. I stared at him. His voice was singular. It wasn't layered with 1,000 other voices. It was just a man, tired and curious, driving a bus full of birds. "I'm fine," I croaked. My Spanish was buried under layers of trauma, but the intent survived. Where are we?" "Near Pedasi," he said, waving a hand vaguely toward the horizon. "You look like you fell off a mountain, or out of the sky." I managed a dry, hacking laugh, something like that. Is the sky okay in the town?" He looked up at the blue expanse, then back at me, his expression shifting from curiosity to mild concern. The sky is the sky, amigo. A bit hot today. You want a ride? I have room for one more if you don't mind the smell of feathers. I climbed onto the bus. The interior was a chaos of wire cages, burlap sacks, and the smell of ancient dust. I sat on a wooden bench near the back, feeling the vibrations of the engine through the soles of my feet. It was a beautiful mechanical rattle. It was the sound of internal combustion, of friction, of things wearing out. It was the sound of the world moving forward at its own messy pace. As we drove, I watched the landscape through the scratched windows. Life was continuing. I saw a woman hanging laundry on a line, the white sheets snapping in the breeze. I saw two boys kicking a deflated soccer ball in a dirt lot. I saw a dog sleeping in the shade of a corrugated metal shack. There were no silver filaments. There were no white cords. The librarian had been purged, or at least pushed back into the dark spaces between the stars where it belonged. I realized then that the deletion hadn't just failed, it had been inverted. By feeding the noise back into the source, I hadn't just broken the machine, I had reminded the universe how to be forgot. The librarian's greatest weapon was its ability to see everything, to categorize every atom until nothing was left to chance. My feedback loop had introduced a fundamental uncertainty back into the system. I had given the world its privacy back. We reached Pedasi by noon. It was a small, sleepy town of brightly painted houses and dusty plazas. The driver let me off near a small cantina. I thanked him, digging into my pocket to see if I had anything to give him. My fingers found a few crumpled bills, damp and salty, but he just waved them away with a grin. Buy a bottle of water, gringo, and maybe a hat. I watched the bus rattle away, the sound of its engine fading into the general hum of the town. I walked into the cantina. It was dark and cool inside, the air smelling of fried plantains and cold beer. A radio was playing in the corner, a local station, the signal fuzzy and full of static. Reports of atmospheric disturbances continuing to baffle scientists tonight, the announcer was saying, his voice competing with a jaunty accordion track. The silver silence that plagued global communications for the last week appears to have lifted as abruptly as it arrived. While NASA and the ESA remain silent on the cause of the phenomenon, telecommunications are returning to normal, though some regions report a strange hum in the background of long-distance calls. I sat at the bar and ordered a beer. The bottle was cold, the glass sweating in my hand. I took a long drink, the carbonation stinging my throat. It was the best thing I had ever tasted. The television mounted above the bar was showing footage from a news drone. It was a shot of the Darien Gap. From high above, the jungle looked the same, a vast green ocean of trees. But there was a hole, a perfect circular clearing where the primary chord had stood. The ground there was gray and lifeless, a scar on the earth that looked like a thumbprint of the void. But as the camera zoomed in, I saw something that made me put the beer down. At the very edge of the gray circle, where the living jungle met the dead dust, a single sprout of green was pushing through. It was small, fragile, and completely unmapped. The librarian had wanted a world that was a finished product, a museum of static moments. But life isn't a product, it's a process. It's the sound of the sprout cracking the dust. It's the sound of the static on the radio. It's the sound of a man in a bar drinking a beer he didn't earn in a town he shouldn't be in. I stayed in Pedasi for 3 days. I slept for 14 hours at a time in a small guest house, my dreams a confused jumble of tape reels and starlight. When I was awake, I sat in the plaza and just listened. I listened to the old men arguing about baseball. I listened to the wind whistling through the eaves of the church. I listened to the silence between the sounds, which no longer felt like a threat, it felt like a rest. On the 4th day, I walked to the local post office. It was a cramped room with a single oscillating fan that clicked on every rotation. I asked the woman behind the counter for a piece of paper and an envelope. I sat at a small table and wrote a letter. It wasn't to a person. It was to the world I had left behind, the world of archives and recording studios and the endless pursuit of the perfect take. To whom it may concern, I wrote, the recording is finished. The master tapes have been destroyed. There is nothing left to index. If you are looking for the truth, stop listening to the playback. Go outside, stand in the rain, listen to the sound of your own heart. It's the only thing that's real, and it's the only thing that won't last. That's what makes it beautiful. I folded the paper, put it in the envelope, and addressed it to my old apartment in New York. I knew I would never go back there. The Elias Thorne who lived there was a ghost, a man who tried to capture the world because he was afraid of losing it. I wasn't afraid anymore. I handed the letter to the woman. She stamped it with a rhythmic, satisfying thud. "Anything else?" she asked. "No," I said, "that's all." I walked out of the post office and into the bright, chaotic sunlight. I didn't have a plan. I didn't have a map. I didn't have a recorder. I had a few dollars in my pocket and a body that was slowly healing. I started walking toward the edge of town where the road met the jungle once again. The sky was blue and empty. There were no white chords. There were no dancing stars. But as I walked, I realized that the silence wasn't gone. It had just changed. It was no longer the silence of the librarian, the silence of the void. It was the silence of a blank page. It was the silence of a new beginning. I reached the edge of the trees and stopped. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. I could hear the insects. I could hear the wind. I could hear a distant radio playing a song I didn't recognize. And for the first time in my life, I didn't feel the need to understand it. I didn't feel the need to save it. I just let it happen. I stepped into the shade of the trees, the green light swallowing me whole. I wasn't a glitch anymore. I wasn't a white space. I was just a part of the noise. And as I disappeared into the vibrant, disorganized mess of the world, I realized that the sky had never been silent. It was just waiting for us to stop trying to record it and start trying to live in it. I found my words. They weren't a recording. They were the sound of my boots on the dirt, moving forward into the beautiful, unmapped future. The world went on, and I went with it. The road beyond Pedasi didn't lead back to the world I knew, but I followed it anyway. My boots, once the sturdy gear of a professional explorer, were now salt-crusted and splitting at the seams, yet they felt lighter than they ever had in the Darien. Every mile I put between myself and that black volcanic beach was a mile of reclamation. I wasn't just walking, I was decompressing from a depth no human diver had ever reached. The librarian's grip had been a psychological nitrogen narcosis, a crushing pressure of perfection that had nearly flattened my soul into a 1 and a 0. Now the bends were manifesting as a strange, euphoric disorientation. I would catch myself staring at a common dragonfly, its wings iridescent and frantic, and I would weep not out of sadness, but because its flight was so inefficient, so chaotic, and so utterly unprogrammed. I reached a small crossroads where a shrine to the Virgin Mary sat nestled in a hollowed-out mahogany stump. Faded plastic flowers and half-melted candles cluttered the base. A young woman was there, sweeping the dust away with a broom made of bundled twigs. The scritch-scratch of the wood against the earth was a percussive masterpiece. I stood there for a long time, listening to the rhythm of her labor. She didn't look up, didn't ask for my story. In this version of the world, people were allowed to be mysteries again. The librarian would have known her blood type, her grandmother's maiden name, and the exact frequency of her sigh. Here, She was just a woman with a broom, and I was just a traveler with a thirst. Agua? I asked, my voice finally losing the metallic rasp of the vacuum. She pointed toward a rusted hand pump behind the shrine. I pumped until the water ran clear and cold, splashing it over my face and neck. The shock of the temperature was a violent, wonderful reminder of the nervous system. I drank until my stomach cramped, then sat on the grass, watching the shadows of the clouds drift across the fields. They weren't geometric. They didn't have hard edges. They were messy, vaporous things that changed shape because the wind told them to, not because a processor had calculated their optimal density. I realized then that the librarian hadn't just been an archivist, it had been a sculptor of stagnation. It had seen the entropic beauty of the universe as a bug to be patched. My scream, that feedback loop of human misery and recorded memory, hadn't just broken the machine, it had reintroduced the concept of the mistake to the cosmic code. The universe was stuttering again. It was tripping over its own feet. It was failing to be perfect, and in that failure, it was finally alive. I began to walk again, heading toward the mountains that rose like jagged teeth against the northern horizon. I hitched a ride on the back of a flatbed truck carrying bags of coffee beans. The smell was intoxicating, bitter, earthy, and rich. I lay back on the burlap sacks, looking up at the sky. It was late afternoon, the light turning to a bruised purple. I looked for the satellites, the little moving pinpricks of light that usually littered the night sky. I saw one, a steady white dot crawling across the zenith, but as I watched, it flickered. It wobbled in its orbit, then veered sharply to the left before vanishing into the dark. The librarian's network was failing. The celestial grid was coming apart. Without the central pillar to coordinate the correction, the artificial stars were falling out of their grooves. I imagined the lunar vaults, those cold, silent rooms filled with the perfect versions of us, suddenly losing power. I imagined the digital ghosts within them, the index sunsets, the recorded heartbeats, dissolving back into the background radiation of the universe. They weren't being delighted, they were being released. They were becoming part of the noise again. The truck dropped me off in a highland village where the air was thin and smelled of wood smoke. I found a small pension run by a woman who looked like she was made of the same clay as the mountains. She gave me a room with a window that didn't quite close and a bed that creaked like a ship in a storm. That night I didn't dream of the pillar. I dreamed of my father. We were in the backyard in the sandhills, and he was trying to fix an old radio. The static was loud, a white noise blizzard that filled the world. "Can't you get a signal, Dad?" I asked in the dream. He looked at me and smiled, his eyes crinkling. "This is the signal, Elias. The static is the sound of the universe talking to itself when it thinks no one is listening. Don't ever try to tune it out." I woke up to the sound of rain. It wasn't the rhythmic, programmed rain of the Darien which fell in precise intervals. This was a mountain storm, sudden, violent, and unpredictable. It hammered on the tin roof of the pension, a million tiny drummers playing a song without a meter. I stood by the window, letting the spray hit my face. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the only thing I had kept from the jungle, the small silver casing of my favorite microphone. It was dented, the mesh screen crushed by the pressure of the implosion. I looked at it for a long time. It was a tool for capturing, a tool for freezing time. I walked to the window and threw it out into the dark. I heard it hit the mud with a dull thud, and then the sound was swallowed by the rain. I didn't need to capture the storm. I was in it. Over the next few weeks, I moved through the highlands like a ghost, returning to flesh. I worked for food, helping a farmer clear stones from a field, assisting a mechanic with a stubborn tractor engine. My hands grew calloused and stained with grease. I spoke rarely, but I listened constantly. I listened to the way the wind changed pitch when it hit the pine trees. I listened to the gossip in the markets, the laughter of children, the braying of mules. The silver silence was becoming a myth, a strange week in history that people were already beginning to explain away. Solar flares, they said, a localized atmospheric anomaly, a mass hallucination caused by a new strain of jungle fever. People are good at forgetting the impossible. They have to be, or they wouldn't be able to get out of bed in the morning. But I knew. I could feel the difference in the texture of reality. The world was heavier now. It had more friction. It had more gravity. The correction was over, and the consequences of being real were back in play. I eventually reached a larger town with a train station. I sat on a bench, watching the commuters hurry by. They were all staring at their phones, their faces illuminated by that familiar blue glow. For a moment, a cold shiver ran down my spine. Was it starting again? Was the librarian just waiting in the wires, rebuilding itself bit by bit? I looked closer at a man sitting next to me. He was tapping frantically at his screen, his brow furrowed. I glanced at his phone. The screen was a mess of flickering pixels and distorted text. He groaned, shaking the device. Estupido apparato, he muttered. It hasn't worked right for a month. Everything is full of, I don't know, ghost noise. I smiled. The infection I had unleashed wasn't a virus that destroyed. It was a virus that complicated. It was the introduction of the irreducible. The librarian could no longer provide a perfect, seamless interface because the world it was trying to interface with had become too loud, too messy, and too human. The digital world was now haunted by the very things it had tried to eliminate: grief, randomness, and the terminal fear of a dying man. I bought a ticket for a train heading south. I didn't have a destination, only a direction. As the train pulled out of the station, the rhythmic clack-clack, clack-clack of the wheels on the rails became a mantra. I leaned my head against the cool glass of the window. The reflection I saw wasn't the hollowed-out shell of the man who had entered the Darien. My eyes were clear. My skin was tan and scarred. I looked like someone who had survived a war, which I suppose I had. The train climbed higher into the mountains, passing through tunnels of deep green and over bridges that spanned yawning chasms. At one point, we stopped in the middle of a high bridge to wait for a signal. The silence that descended was profound, but it wasn't empty. It was filled with the ticking of the cooling engine, the distant cry of a hawk, and the breathing of the passengers around me. I looked down at my hands. They were steady. The phantom vibration of the pillar was gone. The white space in my mind had been filled with the colors of the world. I thought of Lucio, and for the first time the memory didn't hurt. It was just a part of the song. He was gone, but the fact that he had existed was a permanent scar on the universe that the librarian could never truly heal. We are all scars. We are all beautiful, jagged interruptions in the smooth skin of nothingness. The train began to move again. I watched the sun set over the Pacific, a riot of orange, pink, and deep, bruised red. It was a messy sunset. It was a sunset that didn't care if it was being recorded. It was a sunset that was happening once, and then it would be gone forever, replaced by a night that was dark and deep and full of stars that stayed where they were supposed to be. I closed my eyes and listened to the train. I listened to the world. I listened to the noise. I was Elias Thorne. I was a man who had heard the silence of the end of the world, and I had answered it with a scream. Now I was just a man on a train, traveling through a world that was loud, broken, and perfectly, wonderfully alive. The sky was no longer a machine. The ground was no longer a simulation. And as the train sped into the gathering dark, I realized that I didn't need to record anything ever again. I was the recording. I was the memory. I was the noise. And that was enough. The journey continued, as all journeys do, not toward a conclusion, but toward the next breath. The mountains gave way to rolling hills, and the hills gave way to the sea. I stepped off the train in a town whose name I didn't know and walked toward the water. The air was cool and smelled of salt and wood smoke. I stood on the pier and watched the fishing boats come in, their engines chugging in a ragged, beautiful harmony. The sun disappeared below the horizon and the first stars began to blink into existence. They were steady. They were silent. They were just light traveling through the vast, cold distance to reach my eyes. I looked up at them and felt a sense of peace that surpassed understanding. The librarian was gone. The sky was just the sky, and I was just me. I turned away from the water and started to walk toward the lights of the town. I didn't know where I was going, and for the first time in my life, I wasn't afraid. I was home, not in a place, but in the moment, in the noise, in the beautiful, chaotic, terminal mess of being alive. The silence was over. Long live the noise.